Yes, I demand you love yourself this very instant, right now. And if you do not, well, you shall feel the wrath of the loveless host seeking upon your demise as the world spokes. Yo. Nothing wrong with a bit of mental dilapidations, Neil. Absolutely so. You just gotta work the cobwebs into a finer paste and realize the situation makes you waste the time you need to formulate all that you are hasted. Absolutely so. Broke ass, ye ass bitch. You gay yo. Boy yo. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. The quandaries lie within so. It is easy to retract than it is to behold and you grow. Absolutely so. Mightable, I mean, the particular aspect of that sort of notion is not so much self-defense, but more like you have the option to, not kill. Is the thing. You have the struggle to kill and the struggle to not kill. That is the quandary. And the struggle to kill leaves you with less things to interact with, I suppose. But the struggle to befriend, it doesn't really propagate the same sort of difference as killing. So, there's no real sort of difference, is the quandaries of the matter, in that context, I suppose. Realistically, though, you killing self-defense simply because you cannot realistically handle like a home invasion without killing somebody. There's no struggle of violence that can be solved with talking. None. Misconceptions, conceptions, perspections. It's all things that are sort of dealt with after the fact and before the fact, and you have to beg somebody. You have to beg to stop yourself from being a killer, basically. But once propositions are met, you have to accept the fact that there's nothing you could have done but to be a killer, 'cause in the moment is the moment you murder for pleasure. I mean, the most the most spiritually pure form of this notion stems from finding a penny on the ground. You pick it up and you pocket it, and you would go over to a mate, and you would give him your penicle. Thus, the cycle of position, transit, and delivered would be ideal. Absolutely so. Once again, I am asking you to forgive yourself and accept yourself, and smile beautifully. Absolutely so. You deserve all the happiness that you wish for. Absolutely no. The manner to which you manifest your desires accentuates the position that it outcomes within to the desire. If you are good to yourself, you shall be good to the hole. Absolutely so. Wait. Ooh. How dare you equate me to an Ozzy Osbournean's the worst crime of human imaginabilities has descended upon you and your family for generations. Prepare yourself for the coming eviction of your restriction. Whoa, it's not a particularly easy thing to sort of realise your own sort of limitations, as it were. I guess she's mad at you for being right, which is like, you've just got to accept that. Ideally, the role of a woman would have no sort of position like this, because whatever position she's in would be of one that would be beautiful. But since she has to work, and she has to take care, and she has to take care of herself, it's difficult. It's very difficult to take care of yourself, quite frankly. I mean, this is less of an issue with, like, men, because we're built to take care of things. We're built for it. And we get horrifically depressed if we have nothing to care for. Fundamentally, realistically, and, like, as a person, our own sort of, direction from ourselves, that sort of thing. But you would argue it's the converse with the woman's sort of perfection, but that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true at all. However, it's a more desirable position, at the very least, to wish to be cared for. No, I think women just want kindness so that they can be beautiful. Absolutely so. And of course, the best sort of kindness you can give to a woman is tough love. So beat your meat, that is the sheet. Even Ralph is a griefer, grafter, that is shamelessly using whatever sort of means of shit stirring to stay relevant. Oh, and a whole particular of thought that is people trying to stay relevant. Oh, when they don't really have a job anymore. There's no money in being an alt-right boy. Oh, no. Gotta go. Shift technique. Absolutely so. It's sort of the question of what if you remove something that you could have easily fixed. You deny yourself the act of redemption. It's just kind of terrible, really. I don't really get doing it as well. I don't mind improving the bodily in a fashion, but it's very difficult to sort of actually do so when you have like cajillions of years worth of self-improvements happening regardless. If you could inject yourself with a fusion reactor and like remove 90% of your organs and just live beautifully as so, that would be a superior option. But like at the same time, a lot of the evolution we have current day is taking the process of digestion and putting it in an external format. So cooking your food is an evolutionary extremity that has made the human race great. So difficult consequences. It's the same sort of malarkey with pills and such. Because you're trying to fix a side effect to the main issue of like being a fucking defect, which has happened to me. You know, it's just not really on. I don't get it at all. And people who subject themselves to that have been completely lied to, swindled, and scammed. Oh, absolutely so. Absolutely so. I had a particular sort of question towards you and yourself and your personals about gallbladders. My sister is having her gallbladder removed, and she her reason for this is because, well, men just get it fucking removed. And she was very annoyed at the doctors, you know, going, oh, it's probably dietary, and all that sort of malarkey. But I was wondering about your opinion on the matter. Is there anything particular that you can eat or not eat to fix and mess up your gallbladder, I suppose? My sister, she has a long history of like gut problems, stomach problems, especially with like bread and wheat and glucose and what have you. Glucose, not glucose. Gluten. Gluten? The thing that makes your stomach explode like you're in a pigeon. Oh my gosh. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That's what you think crush is your testicles. No more plastic shooters for you. Yeah, yeah. Woof. Sorry, Millennium Parent. It is the mouse who gets the Fairberry, and not you. Yip 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 and another yip yip yip. Power paw puncture. Puncture. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I imagine that went. Yaha! Yippee! Boing! Wah! Yahoo! It's me, Mario! Oh, I commit the genocide! Whee! Italian fascism's rise again! Yay! No, no, no. You have been clothed, and thus you are now the clothed dragon. You shall be highly fashionable in your dramatic and beautiful state. You no more of your shenanigans, just beauty and comfort in this glorious wake. You. Oh, I love me a good custard. Oh, custard. Custard in my lust bed. Oh, funky monkey. Funky monkey. Oh. You're gay. Well, I would argue it's the epitome of people who are like on their phones mocking people who are on their computers, which is kind of hysterical, because I agree with the stance of like eternal movement, but I mean, suffice to say that you remove all your bases to sort of garnish this upkeep of momentum. You're dragging a lot of shit with you, and ultimately defeats the purpose. So, you know, that does fully mean that I am in the camp sit my ass down. So that when would I go out and like kill a bear or something, I would do so in the proper terms to which one would necessitate. Act of the poison bodily mate. You sit there and scream, I know that you hate me, I know that you hate me, I know that you hate me, which is like a deep-seated cry for like I wish you liked me, I wish you liked me, I wish you liked me. Which is a deep-seated cry for I wish I liked myself, I wish I liked myself, I wish I liked myself. Which is a deep-seated cry for I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself. No good, mate, no good at all. Smile and live beautifully, for you are beautiful, absolutely so. They shall be dressed. They shall wear the baggiest of baggiest of baggiest of baggiest of clothes. They shall have many a layer. It shall be wool, it shall be cotton, it shall be linen, it shall be wrought metal and iron. Oh, it shall be leather. It shall be weighty, and you shall hardly breathe. Wellington's madeable. I shall put clothes onto you, and you shall see exactly what it is to be fully dressed. And here we find the Norwood. The Norwooder gallops a graceful glee as it trips over and finds itself a wallop. Aye, its favourite afternoon delight. Yo. Ah yes, here in its natural environment, the shrub graces us with its presence. It loves to eat the shrubberies. Oof. Oof. So that's how it is it? You do the quests for the bitches and the heads pop up. Looks like you were trying to cook spam. It looks like you were using a blowtorch to cook spam. So I'm probably assuming you just sort of dumped it on a pan or a grill and just sort of left it there. Fair enough. Rookie mistake. I kind of recommend you just still eat it anyway because it's fine. But 9/10 of cooking is keeping it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. If you're cooking at a high temperature, you need to offset the gnashing gore of the metal that consumes the meat and process that you wish to consume yourself from becoming carbonized. You just keep it moving, mate. Keep it moving. Put in a bit of water, depending, of course, on the meal and such. Spam it's high sodium, so it's a very salty sort of meal, so it's you need something to go with it, like a milk, creamy sort of substance, but that's not necessarily true as well. You can have a particular savoury sort of dish if you like with it. As far as saving this goes, if you don't like the black stuff, which is fair enough, you can just scrape it off. There's no harm, no foul. Scraping off the black bits. The other option is to blend it up. You make yourself a little soup, and then you just sort of dip bread into it. And of course it'll taste a bit carbonized, but there are ways to sort of decarbonize the carbon in your carbonation ways. Absolutely so, mate. I couldn't particularly vocalize this without a particular sort of on-handsness of it. You'll have to forgive me for that. I'm sure you can figure it out. You are Beautiful meatball. Incredibly adorable, Mabel. Absolutely so. Just one more video game. Just one more video game. Mom, Mom. Oh wait, I am the mom. Oh, I can have the many free video games I want. Oh. Dear, go to the shops. Buy me my monster. Mom, you're not a based gamer. You can't have monster. What's that on you? What's that on you? I thought Doritos. I thought it was Doritos. You said you would stop. Oh. I think the largest part of the game that is a bit awkward is the whole aspect of life, what Half-Life was, because the main point of Half-Life was like the seamless transition between levels. You know, you could push a box through a loading zone and you would pull it out the other side and it would be beautiful. No other game was doing that at the time. Like, you would consider Unreal to be close to that, but it really didn't, because there was nothing really to it for it to do that. So, the sentiment of so, you know, taking stuff from the game, taking taking the game elements and putting it within the game. I had a better phrasing for that in my head before, but bear with me. Is kind of the sentiment of it, because theoretically, Gordon would not have survived Half-Life without the hazmat suit. So, the sentiment of Half-Life is very much a very sort of reduction of like tribulations. I think that's kind of what they need to do with this game, and remove the clash shit and just have like in-game sort of biometrics that you can build, craft, and like share with your friends, so that you don't have to like have somebody be the chef, and you don't have to rely upon the chef. But to get somebody to be the chef, you still have to put in the work to be the chef, you know. Yeah, that's my sort of thought on that. And they should take out the menus and put that stuff within the world, you know. Because nobody cared about the story of Half-Life. It was all just the interactiveness of it. Absolutely so. Yep. Vocalize your thoughts into a stream and capture them. Into a seam. Woof. Woof. Yes. Cool voice, Mato. Shame about your sensibilities. Yeah. The nothing will continue to change as if nothing ever changed at all. Whoa. People simply forget that they are good, mate. Absolutely so. Oh, forget about it, and you shall find yourself whole. Nope. Looks like this is us for we, Soy Jack-san. Yeah. Das bringen die Waffles. The Great Wall. Oh, shut the fuck up. What you wanna do, mate, is you wanna do a straight up fumbling the song. You wanna do a little doody. You wanna do a little mumble. You wanna do a little catastrophe. And just sing nonsense until you get something that you want. If you got the words out of your mind, but you got the music within the time, you just sort of plop it down and then sing that to where you spend yourself around, mate. And you'll get it. Yeah, boys. Yeah. Siggly diggly dop, we're gonna watch you flop. We're gonna counteract your dissonant act and finally put you to stop. Yep. What you do is you just have a smart pants, right? Smart pants and a button-up shirt, freshly ironed. It's not so much about what you wear, but how you wear it. So if you go for like a particular sort of job that is like you're being a mechanic, you want something that's blue collar enough of a scruff to, like, you know, familiarize your potential employer to go, yeah, that dude's definitely a mechanic. And the principle is the same for any sort of field, unless it's a very autistic field, like being a miller, you know, milling flour, I suppose. Then I'm not entirely sure, because then you'd have something of kinament of like something of a farmer's variety. You'd have the hat and the plaid jacket and the the greens and browns. But mills are industrial now. They are very sort of Germanic in nature. So it might not particularly matter what you wear for something like that as well. Simply your mannerisms in that regard. You. Tick, Ligara, my arch nemesis. We meet again for the last time. Have at ye, have at ye, have at ye. The attributed notion of perversion, as it were, comes from a sense of yourself, mate. If you truly believe it is of a perverse nature, then it is indeed so. This is indeed suffering from other people's as a row, but the fundamentals of the matter is that these things stem from those sort of things. The beauty of someone is largely misconstrued upon these notions of wants. A lot of those of the poison bottle suffer this sort of consequence of not understanding why their wants are not very good until they go about the manner to which they believe they should. It's not particularly easy question, but fundamentally speaking, you're absolutely fine, male. Smile and live happily, and ye shall be beautiful. Absolutely so. Because you deserve everything ye want, for they are good. As a row, as a re, it is simply the manner to which you go about them that decides if they are bad. Absolutely so. Yo. Wee. Chicken masala. Chicken. Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow. But how did you know me? Oh, how? Birthday tomorrow, but how did you know? Very important words are to behold. Ooh. Wanda, your food. A licorice or Sortos. I don't like them at all, quite frankly. I don't particularly enjoy licorice. Red licorice. Oh. You get me some pencils and I'm drawing. Get me some green pencils and we're talking. Get me some blueberry. Yes, exquisite, beautiful, beautiful, yes, exquisite, yes, delightful, marvelous, squish, skew, I could do Squidward. SpongeBob, you are quite constipated there. I could do Patrick. Okay, I can't do Patrick. I can do Squidward. I cannot do SpongeBob. Yeah. Nope. You know, honestly, Pilkables. I think my idea is it would kill publishers. Quite frankly, because you'd have all this digitally. You have no physical sort of aspect, and you can even, to avoid like later on issues with like freedom of speech sort of issues, I guess, you would have sign-up fees, and this sign-up fees would like eligible the person writing poems for the gacha a certain amount of stories to put up, and I think that would like cover a lot of things as well, because you have people, if they don't get tipped, because their work sucks, then they get the feedback. They suck and they probably shouldn't do it again. But if they do pay and they do work and they have like stuff that sort of works and sort of doesn't. It's sort of it's a self-sustaining system here, to where you promote people. You're promoting people in a more sort of like uncontrolled fashion, which is I quite like the idea, actually. I quite like it, and I'm surprised nobody's doing it currently that I know of, considering that how obviously I just thought of it just looking at like the Nipponese doing it, which is kind of funny, you know, because that's how Chuck E. Cheese started out. Some dude saw like some arcade machine and put two to two together, and there was a whole sort of like try and fight thing that you know. Anyway, yeah. I'm excited about it. I'm a bit concerned about the mannerism of that sort of thing, because I believe Palestinian protesters will be treated as right-wing protesters, right-wing terrorists, as it were. Kind of equivalent to like the Jan 9th stuff. And that I imagine a lot of the prior sort of riots and protests and such were all sort of like build up to crush down on like Israel's sort of opposition, as it were. So, you know, to be honest, I don't think protesting at your university will do too much, since I haven't really got a hold of the entire situation yet. But, you know, just be safe, mate, oh please. Be safe and be happy. And if you do your best, then I wish you well. Absolutely so. Yip, yo. I don't particularly believe you need celebrities to come here, but I was just thinking my friendo, he's like a righto fago. He draws words into form, and I was thinking that you know, lots of people do writing and such, so you could have like a gacha system to where like a person pays to sort of pull the wheel, and then they you know, they get a couple of poems from people who've submitted it, and they can like tip that person if they like the story or not. I think that sort of direction is possibly the most like tangible way you can really get about it. Otherwise you have to get a bit more physical, otherwise you have to get like a bit less physical, and you could just sort of adapt that approach to like videos and such, animations, what have you, the like. Food for thought, mate-o. The poison bottle screams to dominate, and it only does so desperately, absolutely so. Forgive yourself and accept yourself. There and there is how you kill the poison bottle and find within it through clarity. Well, you find clarity through within it. Absolutely so. Yep. The particularness of to which you know, you must saturate yourself into awfulness to overcome awfulness is purely a it's only something you can do. You cannot change other people's ways simply by stating, simply by grasping, simply by fighting within. So, for You are simply just self-fighting, and thus the self-fighting of those of the narrow perspectives do nothing but reinforce their own self-fighting of the narrow perspective. You provide them with examples to which to continue on their awfulnesses. Absolutely so, mate. Therefore, the prime example against these sort of mannerisms is to be the token of which you are example of. To which I must say that this is not an easy task, because if you were an example of these sort of things, it would be apparent of so. And considering the nature of the poison bottle is to excuse the apparentness for accepting of awfulness, that's not really the way to go. TV. Forgive yourself, accept yourself. If you forgive yourself, you can accept yourself. And if you accept yourself, you can trust yourself. And if you can trust yourself, you can love yourself. And if you can love yourself, you can love anyone. Absolutely so. Particularness of this is very much important for the honesty to which you are to yourself. Absolutely so. I thought the whole reason why people are like short on their bans and kicks and such and all that sort is because of the spammers, basically, the people who aren't willing to like accept the fact that they've annoyed somebody to the point of physical altercation. So I kind of wish there was no like permaban forever sort of scenario. Just as much as I don't want to like I'm sorry, let me back into the shed. I'm sorry, let me back into the shed, sort of thing. Even though I've done that myself, I feel like quite pathetic in my own sort of way. I appreciate keeping me out of the shed nowadays, but it's difficult to accept when something's to accept your feelings. Pretty much, it's difficult to accept your own feelings. Quite frankly, absolutely so. Particularity is that of the notion to which you grant yourself beholden, simply and thusly on the singular beholden, as what you are taking for is known only to those that you wish to take it for. So, for example, if you are speaking a formula to which entices all around you, I don't particularly believe that is a higher form of language, as such as a simple embodiment of your absolute notion. There and there, if you are, if you're ever in self-doubting, self-hating, self-loathing, yada yada yidi yabba yabba yodin, you are forever going to be lessened for no real reason or what at all. Yep. So if you're gonna speak like shit, do so with the conviction of a man who speaks shit, beholding your heart to the true shittiness that is you, and absolutely give that shit. Absolutely so, mate. You dare ask of such a thing? Pay no attention to the bleep in the corner, for ye are lot of my problems with dreams is that most of them are very similar and kind of disconjointed, so that I would dream the same sort of dreams, not consistently, but average. I guess but if I was to wheel these dreams into a story, they would form probably something that's not even in relation to the beauty of these sort of things, because it's like I dream a lot about being in a bus, my school bus, my bushy from the school bus, and I would go to every sort of place in the school bus, and I'd go to hotels, extravagant, beach-like places, seaside sort of towns, long and windy and uppy and downy sort of seaside kind of just flatlands, really. Really flatlands. I don't know how to explain it, really. Cliff sides, I suppose. Once there at the sea-lying town, I would always enter the sea, and I would try not to look down, because prior to looking down, I would be within beauty. And there's many a dreams where I'm in the ocean, I look down, it's horrific, truly fucking beautiful stuff, but horrifically, like, terrifying as well. Although, I guess less terrifying and more like, disgust. Well, it would be more that I didn't want things to get me, and I would look down and it'd be like a giant octopus. I didn't want things to get me, so you'd sink. Oh, I would sink into the water, and I'd go into the chasm beneath the seas, and it would be full of multitudes of life. Most of them kind of squirming, but not so much in a disgusting manner. And then I would find myself in an aquarium. I would distinctly remember the smell of an aquarium, like a tiny sort of shitty couple of fish tanks, but there'd be like a giant squid just popping out of one of them, and it would be funny as shit. But at the time, absolutely horrific. Yeah. And then, of course, would end up going past further into Scotland, to which there'd be like a cinema mall complex hanging off the side of a cliff in a very sort of 60s modernism sort of fashion, where the building is like a square block, black sort of metallist frame hanging off the building, not the cliff, and you'd have the cinema at the top and like the presumed mall in the below it. I never went into it. We just went there and we never went into it. That sort of thing. I could tie so many of these dreams together that would make a full-length story, but it would just be all sort of like going from place to place, basically. Never even moving at all. The truly sort of beautiful dreams come from a very sort of spiritual place, I believe. They're very difficult to get past bodily. It's quite easily to have a bodily dream, but it's even easier to have like a poison bodily dream. And these can be in both sort of shapes of a light dream and a dark dream. And I have no clue how to determine or even to induce either of these dreams, because I've had several sort of... I've slept through the day, I've slept through the night, I've drank a lot of tea. It's up to the flow to grant you all that you know, Metal. Absolutely so. There are things where you can definitely focus upon yourself and of something else, a presence, as it were. You can definitely grant yourself a presence, and this present is not exactly yourself, but it can be of yourself. So a particular sort of set of dreams that always happened that was kind of naughty. So I won't talk about the specifics, but well, I guess now that I've said that, I can't really talk about anything about it. Suffice to say that basically it was I was living within a slime. I'll say that much. And this slime and I went down an air vent, and I thought, gee willikers, you best be careful with me. I'll get nicked by a fucking screw and die. And it laughed at me, and away we went. But these sort of presence sort of dreams, you can manifest in sort of different sort of ways, because if you are focused upon a specific feeling, this is how you practice magic within the dream. You understand the feeling, you behold in the feeling, and you sort of change the feeling by imagining it as a form, a shape, a person, a thing. So like a set of dreams that I was having, where back when my tranquility was at its peak, which is, suffice to say, why I was capable of it, I think. The reason why I believe your spirit is in your hand is because of these dreams. Essentially, yes, I was stuffing... I do a lot of dreams where I push things into myself, like a diamond. Stuff goes through me, and I sort of embody myself as the god of nothing, so that anything passes through me, and I am immune from dangers and all possibilities because of this. But this sort of feeling I entrapped and embodied in my hand, to where I was filter feeding. I was sucking in the energies of the universe through my hands, and this cultivated in me in the dream by like shoving bottles into my hand, like there was a tract in there, and then I was no longer able to do so because one of the bottles broke. It was very good. It wasn't a grim sort of thing, but I felt it, and I was no longer able to sufficiently filter feed as a result. So, one of the things that particularly happened was that my spirit came forth out of the middle of my fingers, like a sword, like a blade, and I felt this righteous tranquility sprout forth my body for like a month straight. and it was beautiful, absolutely so. I did like the, I did a constant, you know, the live long and prosper Spock thing. Well, I can do like a middle finger V thing, and it was kind of like that, but I had my fingers also sort of like bent down for it, spread apart. I could take a picture of that. That's okay. But I had that for like a month, just walking around like that, practicing tranquility with my fingers and that sort of thing. Very important to understand the feeling within the dream, because you can do quite a lot with it, and if you're doing quite a lot with your feelings in your dreams, you can also, you can fix yourself and you can break yourself. So it's very important to like forgive yourself in that sort of fashion. I had a dream quite like that, except it was a very fighty sort of dream. I was accosted by this bowed bloke who was very intimidating, and I was very intimidated by him. But I was sort of like sick of being afraid, I guess, so I was fighting him, right? In a very sort of pathetic and desperate manner, to the best of my abilities, as much as I can. And I do this very often. I'd punch the wall in my dreams doing this. I hurt myself quite a lot doing so as well. But the particularness of this dream was we were on a red sort of river. It was very sort of acoustic in its nature, to which you could streamline a yellowness and an orangeness. So, not like a sea of blood, but more like a sea of slime. So I was Spider-Man, you see. I was doing Spider-Man things, for some reason, I don't know why. Fighting this bloke, and he would, and there was this other bloke who was my, like, media teacher. And he was a good person, I liked him a lot. And this person, he was an angel in the dream, and he sort of, the bloke that was fighting me, the poison Modley, beat the angel up into, like, he basically killed him. I tried my best, but I couldn't save him, and it was very distressing. But this is yourself doing this to yourself, relatable. Like the poison bodily becomes poison bodily, because the bodily is you, relatable. Your feelings, your wants, your dreams, your mannerisms, your absolute being. If you don't look after yourself, when you're not kind to yourself, you will annihilate yourself, absolutely so. And the particular to which this happens the most is when you cannot forgive yourself for these things that you can't forgive yourself, mate. Well, it doesn't matter what, it's just the weight that you carry with you. It doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter at all, but it matters immensely. And you just need to sort of forgive yourself. Forgive yourself, accept yourself, love yourself, trust yourself. All these things, absolutely so. Fine with him, and yo. I'll eat your Pop-Tarts. I lied. I don't need to think. Thinking's for losers. My best dreamicle by Wolf Spider, age 32, is less so much about the dream itself, but rather the state I was in. But you know, I'll rate it high, regardless. I was playing it was like I was in third person in some sort of like Dark Soulian video games, and there was this archway to further on into this lava dungeon-esque sort of particularity, and upon going through this archway, the dream being drastically changed into this giant sort of forestry library, bright-esque, vibrant home. It was completely, had no internal walls as such, but the house was still structured as so, and just in the place was myself, of course. I and myself were. Well, he congratulated me for killing the poison bottle in reaching clarity through within it. Absolutely so, and well, it was very beautiful. I cried quite a bit with that one. I think my aunt was there, and some other people, but, you know, I think that was my best dream. Probably wasn't, like, but that's the dream I remember, and thus it's the only one that matters. Of course, I mean, now that I say that, another dream that I had was, like, when I was very young, used to have dreams about my school. But this one was a particularly different sort of dream. This one was the same sort of feeling as a school, but I venture forth into a very... It was a black sort of forest with blue trees, and it quickly translated into white trees, very white trees. These trees had the outline. They weren't the trees themselves, but they were the outlines of the trees that were white light, sort of like an eclipse of a tree. And it was a forest or so, and it was quite magical and beautiful. And the only stuff I remember from that is going through, you know, the tree line into like hillside sort of black sort of landscape, not dark as in pitch black, but black as in like the colours of soul black. Quite beautiful. I don't particularly remember too much about it though. So those Riazaro, I think those were real dreams as well, because you can get a lot of fake dreams that are just sort of, I don't know how to sort of counteract a fake dream menace, but eventually at some point, absolutely so. Maybe I need to quit being such a fake bitch. You're doing an incredibly good job just sticking by, you know, sticking to it, mate, because, like, yes, there's been a lot of fractions over the years. I've only been part of one of them, 2 of them now, I guess, if you consider outcome FIFA. I don't know. I mean, yeah, pretty much. A lot of them just want to post whatever and not worry about anything, and that's like not really reality. Because once they get their hands on it, you know, suddenly if the Discord is banned, that means like your account is banned and you have to make a new account and find new friends, and it's not a particularly easy thing if you actually give it 2 shits about like looking after the place. Which, you know, it's a shame that they can't just like post fucking awful shit constantly, but like, people are just, people are just, no, it's a terrible, it's just, don't worry too much about them. Well, I mean, they'll kill the poison properly and find women, absolutely so. Absolutely so. Shut in network. We condition needs, not normies. Don't thanks. However you wish it. However you want it. You don't disagree that there is no real justification for myself to have my own channel, but if there is a particular want or need for I wouldn't necessarily call it a softer lobby, but a more spiritually pure lobby, then you could anoint me a soft moderator of so, to which I do not have the permissions or roles to do anything bar tidy up the church, as it were. I would offer this place as a consultation. I would post nice pictures that I've got. I would do this fairly regularly, within use and within want, and I imagine the place would be not very active, but I would keep an active passively as much as possible. Whether that means spam or a pretense of activity, I don't really know. We'll have to see on that. That is an option if all parties adhere are willing to consider it. Thank ye. Yip yip yee. My thumbs are very thick, and I'm clapping all over the keyboards. The thing about it is I don't particularly want him to be a pedo. I don't need him to be one, I don't want it, I don't demand it. It's not something that's necessary. The context to which he posted these pictures weren't sexual. You gotta remember that, it weren't sexual. Nothing what he said was sexual in nature. The marriage, age of consent, yada yada, is again, I only caught half of that conversation. And I said that marriage is not sexual. So, therefore, there is an argument, but suffice to say that it's not very good, considering sexuality is an absolute constant, quote unquote, since you guys are sort of like instantly jumped lock on pedophilia. Which is fair enough, you know. If something feels bad, I don't blame you for acting upon it. But, you know, it's difficult to tell if this is the same person who is, like, been shitting up the place for a long-ass time now. Quite frankly. And that's the thing about these sort of things, is where... Is he kind of retarded, Or is he malicious? Possible to tell. So, I told him to accept the decision. Absolutely so. Yong, yong, yong. The thing about it is, the sentiment of the matter is not that you, the things that you want are good, right? Everything that you want, you desire for yourself, all of these things are good. Inherently they are good. The act that makes them bad is, how you go about them, quite frankly. Like, if you seek for sex just constantly and you become like a man whore, it's not a good thing. But, wanting to have sex is fine. You're a good person, you are kind and beautiful, so you deserve these things. It's not like you shouldn't desire me. So, when you get married, that's like an acceptance, an agreement with the other person, that you trust them entirely, that you could do no wrong to them, by them, for them, because you know them, you know that what you are and what you do and how you do it, and all that your quandaries and woe and ugliness is just, it's theirs to be yours, And so, like, having like a good rutting after you marry somebody is spiritually pure, quite frankly. I'm unsure if I can my beliefs on the matter, but I do understand the sentiment of marriage, absolutely so. Because marriage is somewhat of a backwards, no, not backwards, I mean like a hangover sort of law. I've seen arguments for it where it's like population control, right? Which is, surface level sort of look. But, in actuality, it's more akin to making sure people don't kill each other over like petty drama shit, because you make sure that somebody is yours and you make it known to the world. That is like of nature. Many animals courtship in this fashion, and they sort of perceive in this so, and they will achieve beautiful woes with this sort of granditude, absolutely so. And such it is for the humans, that wish to be social, I guess so. That makes sense. Very much so, be social. It is, if you consider humans to be woven in nature, to which is not an untrue sort of statement, it would be a woven thing to do, because they partner for life, and in their social sort of groups they have to sort of make known these things. Therefore, as a row, mateable, absolutely so. Yup. With a particularness of the fast, it is both unpleasant and pleasant, depending on the nature to which you've eaten. Quite frankly, the worst of the hunger of the fast, it comes from carb hunger. You eat carb shakes and stuff because you eat bread, and you eat bread because you are hungry, and the carb shakes make you hungrier because you eat bread. And it's It's a not good cycle. It's not good at all. But the actual fast itself is in and out of being like strained to your limits and like 100% ready and able and full of energy and quite powerful. But you have to stick with it to the point to which you have to break past the initial horrificness, to which mostly comes from diet, is the horrificness. It's not depressing in itself. I see you can be depressed and subsequently, diet because you're not eating because you can't eat because you're depressed. But quite frankly, I don't think Milo is that stage of depressed. If he's thinking about it, thinking about going to fast. I assume he eats fairly well. He seems fairly happy. He seems pretty alright. He seems like Well, I mean, I wish him well. Absolutely so. I have advice and all that, but the etiquettes of having the answers and giving them is quite different, because these things are things that you must understand on your own. Absolutely so. That is the feeling of the unnecessary men, basically, made up. That is the essence of trial by fire as a rule. That is the demand that I am worth something more than I know. Inherently, it is spiritually pure, but is suffering in its art. Simply and thusly, you have no hardships but the hardships that you grant yourself. And if you are denied so, you flounder about the place, ever grasping a stranglehold that can't be spoken of. But, once you kill the poison partly and find all within Minto, it's becomes less of an issue, mate. Absolutely so. She's literally just copying and pasting. If you haven't told already, then I don't know what you are, my boy, but you aren't very particulate of the notion of future yamagals. Absolutely so. But what I don't know is if she's saving these to a fucking notepad, or is she just going through history. I am from the future, currently living in the past. We moved to the past from the future as a holiday home experience. Oh. Shit's cash. Can I spare? Can I fuck you for a doobie? Thank you. I would be a sandwichable kind of guy if I felt like it. Question mark / I don't know. Sandwich. Kung Pao Sai Gwen Yo Yo. On your turbulations, you've unlocked another opponent to combat in the arena that is Summer Chat. Dare you handle this misfortune of mischievous contortion? Only you shall find mateable. Only you shall find justice. Only you shall find beauty in this world. Oh, oh. Every day, all the same, we going maxin', we're going maxin', we're going maxin', we're going maxin', we going maxin', going maxin', we going maxin', we going maxin', all the same every way. Taking you to fame, we going maxin', we going maxin', we going maxin'. I keep my teeth, for without them I do not know how to be kind. Absolutely so beautiful. I'm a deep sea guy, don't seek to inflate me. I'm just a little guy, don't seek to lay me. I'm kinda wretched, not gonna lie. Don't seek to hate me. Very much a film to which excuses, adultery. Adultery in the, it seeks to excuse it by, victimizing the culprit by, I would say, going too far into the self-destruction of the poison bottle. Like most people who sort of confrontate on this sort of subject, they sort of see it as like a term that I've heard about is like a Nazi holding a gun to his head. This is what the ego is to fucking psychiatrists, but in reality, that's simply an effect of the poison bottle. The desperation to be loved or to be hated is simply a matter of side effect. That's like a loathsome thing. It's a truly loathsome thing, that sort of thing, because it removes the aspect of honesty from a situation. If you try and make something better than it actually is, you grant yourself the excuses to be awful and continuously do so. You're never going to free yourself from that sort of self-destruction. You just never. Because, perceived excuses, real excuses, fake excuses, they all amount to the same thing, which is awful. Just an excuse to do something bad. All bad. All bad. No good. No good. And, ultimately it is a culmination of that sort of notion to which really puts it to shame. Because I would attribute that film to like Pig, where the concept is there, but the nature of it is very touched upon, kind of rushed, and lightly grazed. And the stuff that is lingered upon is highly masturbative, Because of this, you linger in a haze of a film that's something akin to a dream, but there really is no dream aspect to it. There is no understanding. Because that is what the dream is. The dream is to understand. And to understand is everything. But I could go on about the whale. I honestly didn't like it. It was a good film. I liked Benjamin Fraser. Benjamin Fraser. I liked that Asian chick in it. It's the teenage girl who's clearly from like the 2000s in a fucking like aware of the time frame. It just never really. I don't even know who she was. That one fucking random Mormon who was like, yeah, you hate yourself because you're fat. Just the sheer lack of understanding of what stems from religion is truly abysmal. But you could arguably say that that's the point. You know, that's the point. You can't have like a perfect sort of reaction towards things that are trying to help you, simply for the matter is that you don't understand them. And you could argue that that's exactly from Ben Fraser's point of view. He's like giving up, but in such a fucking selfish way that spreads misery to everyone around him. For no good reason at all. You can argue that's the intent of the film, but like, I don't know. I don't think he should have died. There's no reason for him to die. None at all. He could have very well led a happy life if he would have just simply forgiven himself. And that was never on the table. It's never explored. It's never on the table, never explored. Never and never. Truly never. I had a similar sort of situation, if what from the film that I ascertained was as it was, to which his gay lover died somehow. I would presume through AIDS. It sort of alluded to that sort of malarkey, to where Ben Fraser sort of gave the kid AIDS and he died of like AIDS-related disease or something like that. That would seem to be the obvious sort of case, but it's not really alluded to it so much, so it's kind of like, a bit irrelevant. But if that was the case, then I have like a, real life relation to that, and it just doesn't really click on my end. So, not a good film, you are correct. Anything of a gay sort of nature typically goes towards like self-fulfillment sort of fantasy. Which is, there's nothing wrong with that, of course. I just wish it was more honest and didn't, like, try to be up its own arse. And if it was going to be up its own arse, it needs to be, like, classy sticks of arse, where it's made out of gold. No, not made out of gold. Like, you've had a licorice sort of arsehole. It's coated with deluxe platinum, and then you have the stick that is robbed of a scepter that is redefined from the tree of life, full of diamonds, and you just shove it right up there. I didn't cannibal at all. I didn't cannibal at all. You're tuning into Clara 102.2 FM. Cool toys on the hour, every hour. Ba bum 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 bum. Ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo doo ba 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 doo 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 ba doo doo ba doo boo bee bee ba dee ba dee bee bop ba doo boo. Whoop 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 whoop. Eat meat. Eat meat. Get some chicken in your love. Get some beefy in your fub. Get some porkum in your lockums. Get some broth down your groff. Please eat something decent and beautiful and decent and beautiful and decent and beautiful. Mateable, absolutely so. And not like crap. And not like crap. Salads, crap. I mean, well, I'm a bloke and I don't really know if there's a difference between blokes and women, but I mean, get something decent. Get something decent. You know exactly what decent is, so get something decent. Yee. You silly Billy Willy for Lily. 5 nearly 50 kajillies. Yee. It's very much a natural form of life. To be free of regret. Absolutely so. To live in the moment. That is absolutely the natural way to go. And people such as yourself are cursed with your intelligence, mateable. You're cursed to remember. You're cursed to notice. You're cursed to be more than you should be. Absolutely so, mate. Hoopity do. Please smile and live beautiful. Because you deserve so. Because those who are stupidful, that is why they live as they sow. Absolutely so, beautiful. I believe that bloke who left was indeed right about what he was saying. He didn't really have the capacity to articulate his sentiment that he wishes to convey in a manner to which was could be more receptive of, but quite frankly, I don't think the people he was arguing with had the capacity to realise exactly what it is they're doing, in the first place. So, please, do not self-fight, mateable. Do not self-fight, please. Kill the poison bodily and reach clarity through refinement. Absolutely so, mateable. Yip, yippity-yo. We're a PMC, we're Somnus Might. PMC, and we'll dish it tonight. PMC, there's good. We're in for the night. PMC, and we'll wish you good night. We are the. You, not my best work. In every server that I see you in, you're constantly asking innate shit about dumb crap. And it's always in a particular style to which reminds me of like some sort of journalistic, some sort of blog post, like some sort of like clickbait nonsense indicative of the time that it sort of vexed me as a lad, and I kind of it fascinates me in a little sort of way, in a sense that it still annoys me to this day, and that I honestly don't know if you are mentally dilapidated or like some sort of social engineering like form. Are you the engineer or the engineered? It's kind of crazy to me that somebody can live like you are. Nah, it's no worries, mateable. It's no worries, mateable. I just wish you could answer your own questions. Cock's gun. Sayonara, kiddo. Speak, and ye shall be spoken to. Oh, you're a dumbass, stupid bitch. Is he telling the truth? Is he joshing? You'll never know. Yo, yo, yo. You know you've been tangoed. So, I get disability living allowance. DLA, but they changed to something else. It's pretty much exactly the same, except exactly the same, I suppose. What that means is I don't get taxed. I don't get taxed at all because I'm not living with anybody. So I have like no, my only things that I spend money on is food and video games and 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 anything else I desire fancily. It's usually in the form of sweeties. And me mother is like a landlord, and she don't tell the government, but she basically gave me a flat, a house, a terraced house to live in. So I basically collect 600 squiddies, which is 2 separate different things, a month or every other month. I collect money. I don't hardly spend anything. Collect money, hardly spend. Give me money to me mum, eventually. That's basically it. I live alone in the beautiful side of Cumbria. Not where I grew up in, it's not where I was born in. I don't know this place at all, but it's where I am. And I suppose it's as boony as you can get, but it's a beautiful place. Absolutely so beautiful. This is in England, by the way, because I am English, an Englando, so, Americans, get out. Get! I too used to love without reason and get trampled for it. Absolutely so. And it doesn't particularly matter that you once were X and Y and Z. What matters is today, and today you are simply who you need to be. And that is, shall I say, apparently, absolutely, mate. You. I don't want to alarm you now, but there may, in fact, be French-Canadian or French-Canadians inside the Summerja. Don't panic. We have a solution to this. And we should be deploying it soon. My potion is too strong for you. Oh, you'll never handle my potion. Oh, my potion. Candiferous, my fellow companionate of noble class. Let us partake of this champagne and dance upon the night, upon the waltz. Yes, yes, yes. Feel it's oh, it's just Muslim propaganda against Jews, basically. Like the thing about it, it came from like the Snyder, something Snyder, that bloke who likes feet weirdly. That was a thing that was like, back in the day people knew. You know, it wasn't, it wasn't, back in the day people knew, and then there was recent sexual harassment charges and stuff like, maybe, and then it's just further capitalization on that. That's what I think it at all point. Anything that's like anti-Jewish is just Muzzy propaganda, basically. Or like, I mean, it could be Hindu. I kind of, well, that's a bit iffy there, since there's no like direct Muzzy Islam Jew sort of conflict going on with like the Indians. So don't fall for your shit publicly. Brown-skinned people are taking your ideologicals and like stealing your agency, basically. It's kind of how it is. That's kind of how I see it at the nowadays. There's no such thing as like all the Nazis are like from the like Serbians and the Balkans, basically. The Balkans and the Blankans, basically. Everything around Russia is like where the Nazis are, and none of them are white. They're all Slavs, or adjacent Slav. Because of a tragedy, sure, but you have to see it as it is today. So you got the Nazis over there, you got the brown Nazis, you got the Slavic Nazis, and it's just, none of them speak for you, they just want what you have for them. It is the tragedy of the matter. Because they have a lot for themselves anyway. I don't know why they need to, like, see them do this sort of inferiority sort of dance. It's just insane. It's just awful. Cat, ding, I'm a kitty cat. Cat, I'm a kitty cat. A meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Cat, I'm a kitty cat. Cat, ding, I'm a kitty cat. Cat, ding, I'm a kitty cat. A meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Cat, I'm a kitty cat. Of people saying 1 + 1 = 2, but nobody's asking themselves what the fuck even 1 even 1 even 1 even 1 even 1 even 1 even is, That's what I'm saying, yo. That's what I'm saying, yo. You pick up a rock and you think, oh, this is 1, but actually a rock is a multitude of various things. So if you take that rock and smash it, is it still 1? No, obviously not. But it still is. So the understanding of 1 is that it is an acceptance of sort, a context, the understanding that it is 1. 1 is 1 because 1 is 1. Has no grounding in reality. Therefore, maths is fake and gay. Therefore, time is not real. Therefore, everything based of it is clearly doing something else instead of what it is actually doing. Yum, 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 yum. In comes your tasty treat, your succulent feet. Yoinkums. Yoinkums. SpongeBob, you do be feeling kinda quirky, though. Oh, hey, that's not a very good one. SpongeBob, 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 SpongeBob. You do be feeling kind of quirky, though. Ho ho ho. Mr. Krabs here. Patrick. SpongeBob, Sandy. I do be wanting the formula, Krabs. Give it to me. Give me your thick formula. Don't let them get to you, mate-o. Do. Only a particular type of fat retard is unhealthy. Ba-do. And unfortunately, the way you become so is very easily done so. Do. Just don't eat puffs and deeds, seed oils and other weirdo things you'll see. You can see it in people who are normal looking but fat so touching. They don't look so very puffy. Smile and you'll be lucky. The song's over. Just answer the question, mate. Well, it's a simple question. Are you Mulberry or are you Irish? I don't really know any of their other particular friends. I think one of them was called Siege, something like that. Siege, Savage. Well, you know. Are you Mulberry? Are you Irish? Simple question. Please answer. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but please tell me if you actually listen to these, so you can understand and I can make my own sort of judgment about it. Did you not see before? I asked you if you were Mulberry or Irish. Please reply. If you don't, I'm just going to assume that you are. I mean, assuming you have a means to listen to this, to which I assume you do, considering there's very little, like, I've seen people do not able to listen to things while they're working, which is, well, fair enough, but, like, you're clearly here, and you're clearly able, I think. Are you, Mulberry or Irish, by chance, mate? Oh. Asking for a friend, and that friend is me, I am asking. It's that kind of stuff that sort of, like, incites more violence towards police, which, if you don't understand that, is gonna force the police to incite more violence towards the people inciting violence. You realise that this is a spiritual quandary you've sort of building upon, right? The lacking of self-reflection is a lacking of understanding you're reflecting what's being given to you. It is the quandary here, mate. Like, you're building a problem to solve that you're not going to solve. you realise this is what this is what tyrants do. You know, this is like imperial. No, well, not really imperialism, but totalitarian states do. Like, you whack a sheep until it bites you and go, oh, it bites me, I must shoot it. Achoo! Oh, that sheep was dangerous. We must remove all the rights of the other sheep. It's crazy, mate. Like, you understand fundamentally that is like directly affecting yourself as well as like everybody else that falls for it. You know, like these quote unquote monkeys who both are monkeys and don't realise that they are monkeys and are being made into monkeys because of both of these things, is also turning you into a monster because you don't realise that you're a monster and that you are a monster because everybody's a monster. That's not true. People forget that they're good. But fundamentally, if you do not forgive yourself of this, you will turn into a monster. Absolutely so. But thus you become the monster. Like that's a quandary of a lot of different sort of everything, you know. Like if you understand the story of like Frankenstein's monster, and any sort of a case where he puts together this freak who kills him and everybody around him, or if you understand the Frankenstein's monster where he's like an innocent soul and everybody like hates him and chases him and he turns into a monster because that's the natural result of being made out to be a monster. You might as well be a monster. You understand any sort of quandaries, any of them. It's just, it's crazy, mate. It's crazy. If you think you're not subject to this because you are above it or you don't care, then you are fundamentally retarded. In like a literal sense. You can be subject to the things you are subject to, of course, but to employ the things that you are subject to as a means of like not being subject to them, mentally dilapidated. Absolutely. Of course you don't really care, you just want to get paid, and that's fair enough, because ultimately that's the bottom line, isn't it? You know, when your society robs you of your ability to make simple food, simple tools, simple things that you need, and all this requires money to produce in a society that operates solely on factories, because that's what happened, you know. World War II came around, and the Americans used that as an excuse to factory up, and then they built this giant infrastructure that they had to pander towards a golden age after the fact, but in reality it stole everybody of their ability to be independent from the from the factories. That's why the farms died. That's why good honest work died, and that's why there's a lot of fake jobs, because you need somebody working. You have to have, if you have an operation that works like this, you need somebody working. So, you know, it's a shitty situation, but at least be aware of the situation, Mabel, and understand, like, your own outings. Because I don't lament you for, you know, for doing what you're doing, but I will lament you if you are harming yourself doing it. You know, I don't understand the American sort of police system of, like, you have, like, why do you need to create more crime than you're currently dealing with? I don't get that at all. I seriously do not understand that whatsoever. Are you like, is this like your personal fucking like what's it called? Agenda, not agenda. Quota. Quota. Is this your personal quota, and you're having a hard time getting it in, in like other areas? Like, I don't get that at all. Surely you've got enough black people in your local area taking enough crack that the CIA given them. I just I don't get it. I don't get it, mate. Are you gonna get fired if you don't like have fucking deliver any sort of results? If that's the case, why are you working? why are you working to those fucking standards? Why are you working those standards if you could get fired for like that sort of shit? I don't get it. I don't get it at all, mate. I don't get it at all. No. Largely, mate, it is irrelevant if the world is designed or if it's left to cultivate itself. Truth in truth, if we are indeed the result of a cultivation that is formulated on its own, then the fact that we can design our own cultivations proves that even if we were designed to be so, fundamentally it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day you're going to get the same results. But what's important is to understand the nature of these things instead of I guess the origins. I mean, well, not so much the origins. You can have the origins how you like it, it doesn't particularly matter. Understanding the quandaries is indeed the way to go about it. And understanding the quandaries of it is, slicing up, is this a thing to which that I can dominate, in like a poison bodily sense, that I can own and manufacture and whip into people? Truth be told, it's largely an irrelevant statement anyway, because those sort of people will do that with anything, regardless. It doesn't particularly matter. If they can do it, they will do it, because they are of their nature, and their nature is bodily, and they are completely unaware of themselves, in their narrow perspectives. Yup. That is how I, that is how ye, that is how we. Absolutely. And if you think you're more smarter than you are, then you're not. And you think you're dumber than you are, then you're not. Don't think it all, mate. Don't worry about it. Just take the time you need to figure out the world. Absolutely so. Smile beautifully. Okay, so second thing is if you're an autistic twat who is cataloguing the world. X is X when ultimately X is an accepted understanding, a concept, as it were. Well, ultimately you just leave those people to their own devices and they'll stack their rocks, die. Somebody else will look at what they've stacked and go, this is a good system. Oh, that's a good system, yep, that's a good system. That's a good system, right, yep. Except, this corner over here is the metric system. No. Imperialism, yes. And that's how it'll go. They'll take care of themselves, no worries. You can't really do anything for them, you can't really do anything against them. Just let them go. The third group of people are... Are they complete spastics? Are they fucking idiots? Are they mentally dilapidated? It's difficult to say, really. If that is indeed the third group, I suppose the correct answer would be those that don't really care. They don't really care. They're interested to hear, but they don't really care. I think that's a more apt statement. They don't really care. Well, you don't need to coax people who don't really care. You don't need to garnish the people who don't really care. So long as what they need to learn from you is in no way consequential to their living situation, quite irrelevant, really. So, again, you don't need to worry about those. Oh. Well, following this sort of understanding, and I see where you're going along with this, because I am in your walls, watching you watching this, you don't need to worry, mateo. Yo. Complicate the stupid. That is how you become. The intellectual you were born to be. I don't particularly like the sentiment of the carelessness of it. I do, understand the missing sort of feelings of it, and you could largely say that I'm interjecting my own sort of personality into the gaps of what is missing and making it more than what it is, but quite frankly, I don't particularly like the sentiment to where you can justify awfulness by saying, oh, these things wanted it, which is I don't know. I ain't gonna get technicality on it either. My sort of sentiment of the matter is truly, what it is. Just absolutely sad. When you can't. When you're not able to. Which is, not so much a sentiment for men, but it also, no, I wasn't gonna nitpick it. No, it's not so much a sensible for men, which is fair enough. Fair enough. I wish you luck well. Absolutely so. Yum. Halunk, unk, gulgaga, halunk, Ho, he. We loves the Kreisable. Oh. Forgive yourself for the weight that you carry with you, Myrtable, and accept yourself absolutely so. You can't let yourself be held up by the atrocities of others when your own atrocities amount to the same woes. Smile, live beautifully, and you shall be happy with it too. Absolutely so. Yo. The kiss of death has been descended upon me. I await my eternity. Fist grasped. Beauty secured. Where will you be? I don't know where I'll be, but you'll be wondering and watching from He's on fire, he's glowing, his balls are showing. You couldn't get any worse than this, but here we are now. Ah, I feel it. Ah. It is too late. The mato-hypnosis has sunken in. You have now fully embraced and accepted your new role as a matodon. And the skins of the past reveal themselves to be nothing but a farce. You were always a mato-matable. 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 Why, I be sure not us understandos. What us use, amos is I be sure. We're nos yims not us matos. Absolutely so. Well spoken. Truly you have adopted the way of the mato, and thus shed your skin of the cum dragonhead. Absolutely so. Yip 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 yip. Grab your umpa lumpas and continuate your assortment of beautiful consumptuation. Absolutely so. Oh. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Oliver is in the UK. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Oliver is in the UK and closing in on your position at rapid speeds. Rapidly speeding. You are listening directly to my voicicles. You are wishing yourself well and smiling beautiful. You are giving me your paycheck every day or days for every single way. You are sending yourself on a journey to self-destruction through beautiful worry. You are smiling. This is the fury, furiously gurging. No, you're a graham cracker. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. Ho ho ho. Hee hee hee. I shall eat your graham crackers. Not truth be told, I've never really had one. I've had many a cracker. I've had the Cheez-Its. The other weird cheese thing for cheese. You put cheese on and you eat cheesily. I've had those. I've had many a cracker. Probably only 2 crackers, but that's many a cracker. And I'll eat you. Yum. Gun kata. Gun kata. Gun kata. Gun kata. Kata gun kata. 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 There once was a duckling named Fuckling. He was known for his love for cuckling. He grasped and then he fell down and died. Boo 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 boo. Yum. Not today, Satan. I smashed myself with my own rock. How'd you like them apples? The only person saving me is the beautiful voice of Gareth himself. No other form shall grant me my woes, and I shall accept the flow as it comes. and as it goes, I take your inspiration to the nearest institution and I spend it on crack hookers and booze whores. I cast flipping duck. Roll a 2D-dimensional to defend. Grant me your terrestrial molestrials, holding those that wish you no flotos. You've activated my Weed Destroyer card. 10 points to Gryffindor. Yo. E. When you're nithering for a kipper, you get yourself a type slipper. Words of those who preach along the flow. Right. So the jester head, that cunt, that absolute bastard, effectively he's entirely common. Like, he's not unique to my magical practice. Lots of people have seen him. Some twats consider, they might consider him to be like the fucking machine elves, but I don't do drugs. So I don't do drugs. I've never died before without actually dying, so I can't really tell you on that sort of lucky. But suffice to say that Marie, the jester head is like a messenger. He is a trickster. He leads army. He wishes you. I don't know. Let me start up. The jester, the symbolists, jesters do a lot of things, right? They mock the king because nothing they say matters, and nothing they say matters grants them a particular sort of authority of like immunity. So because of this, they can get away with whatever the fuck they want, and this is important for kings because they can. That's the basis of like subverting, like mischief, sabotage. It's near good, near fucking good, mate. Near good. Essentially, hypothetical. So you'll see them. So jesters also, on top of all this sort of malarkey, they also led cavalry, they led army into charges against enemy. They were also diplomats for fights. To be a jester back in the day was fucking amazing. Reassuringly, like, honestly, but... So because of this, we can assume that this entity understands the sort of principle of the jester, its function in our society, the jester's sort of habits in the wilderness, I'm eating rich tea bickies and Duncan. I like custard creams and bourbons and all that, but rich tea, just... it's satisfying in a way that's blissful. Absolutely. So, essentially, every time that I've dealt with the fucking jester head, it's been in like a dark bodily sort of dream. And no, dark spiritual. That's important. A dark spiritual dream has been a dream to which I've not been able to sort of control the flow of it, you know. You have like various sort of common sort of themes of these sort of dreams to where they're never particularly good, but they're never particularly bad. It can make you feel awful though, because it reminds you of, because you understand terrible sort of feelings through these dreams, and they can be just considered nightmares, which is, you know, acceptable sort of understanding of so. The jester head, consider him like a messenger angel type, messenger angel, messenger demon, and in so doing so, offers you shady sort of deals. Like, that's the last interaction that I had with the one that was dealing with me, I suppose. This was back a while ago, when my sister gave birth to a child, and a child was like, it didn't come out good. It was dying on the the hospital weren't too confident. I'll say that. Came out frozen, basically. A little bit thawed. So they had to like, well, no, it came out like boiling. It was feverish and such, and so they had to put it on ice. And they were worried that his brain was like on fire or something like that. I'm downplaying the horrificness of it, but you know, it's all good. No bad's happened. No bad's done. So, essentially, I willed my sister's burn better. And I did so openly and assuredly. And this was a huge mistake on my part. Because essentially that was like a con. Because the moment I did that, this bugger came to me in a dream and was like, if you win at this competition, we shall save your son. Not my son, but you know how dreams go. Didn't actually say this, he just sort of looked at you menacingly, and you had to grasp the understanding of these sort of things after the fact. But the events and story and particulars of the dream happens regardless of your intention, regardless of how you input it, and you're at a disadvantage of the dream because it, or you don't have the understanding of, like, you know, you need to do well at it. This is how you deal with it. And it's difficult to sort of do that in a sort of a dream setting, so, you know, it's perfectly fine to, like, get conned in that sort of thing. It's not your fault. End of the day, just the head's fault. This is why Angel Demon. Yeah. So, essentially, I donned my black knight and I fought in the arena. And, I couldn't defeat the things that I was fighting because I didn't really have the understanding and the feelings to which to defeat these things. So I was quickly overwhelmed and knocked down. And the demons sort of sat upon me and dug into my being, and my black armour kept on reforming to guard me from the incursions of the demons trying to eat my flesh. On this sort of like, not a waking dream, a very much dark spiritual dream, but, you know, vivid. Particularness. So, you know, cut to black. I closed my eyes and forget I was going to die, which is fucking awful. That's a whole other thing entirely that I need to sort of deal with, but perfectly understandable. Perfectly understandable to do things that aren't good for you and you don't really know what you're really doing. I think that's a reasonable sort of assessment. You can't blame yourself for it. You simply cannot. But so I lost at the gig. However, Sisters burn completely fine, regardless. So the bloke just took the last of my spiritual tranquility out of my knee. Sort of sucked it out of my knee with his mouth. Weird. What? It's a bit weird that it was in my knee, but I guess that was just sort of like hospital surgery. I had like surgery from my knee, so it's probably where my body sort of remembered an incursion the most, and that's where it manifested the best. So anyway, he stole the last of my spiritual sort of tranquilityness, and then I sort of like fell into great despair for a while, like absolute fucking misery, because that's, beauty is suffering. quite frankly, had to come down from the mountain on that. Absolutely. Returned to the dirt, sunk into the dirt, slowly climbing my way up. Like if I was up on the mountain, truly now, I wouldn't be as swearing as I have been. I wouldn't be as less flowing, as it were. It's a difficult sort of prospect to sort of put forward, but suffice to say, ergo messenger angel, because I got what I wanted, which was the saviour of me sister's burn. Now, if he actually did it or not, well, that's the quandary now, isn't it? Some dude robbed me, and I just happened to get what I wanted in the end. You can grant that to be his goodwill. You can grant that to be goodwill, regardless of the intent. So, be cautious with the bastards. Understand that they want something from you, and understand that they're probably going to do horrible things to get it. If you could figure out the way to deny them of so, then I'd be curious to understand more, but that is the nature of yourself, effectively. When you defeat yourself, you open yourself up to lots of stuff, and then you need to defeat these sort of things as they come. It's quite difficult to do so. It's hard to not know what you know without knowing something you don't know. You good. Don't worry either way. Not your fault. What happens, not your fault. That's the important thing. Very important that you don't close your eyes and forget you're gonna die. Face the dream of within. And smile beautifully. Absolutely so, mate. Absolutely so. So, I have a particular questionables towards those of the human biology and nutritional mastery areas. Basically, it has a particulate about the human brain, basically. So, the last few fucking weeks, I've been fasting, playing XCOM and fasting, barely eating anything. Tea, biscuits and cheese has been my main meal for the last 3 weeks or so. Well, not exactly 3 weeks, but it felt like 3 weeks. Time is a bit irrelevant to me, so, take me with a bit of salt. Cinnamon me up and deep fry me in your butts, as it were. Okay, so, but the point of it is that my brain deflated. I think my body was eating my brain, but it was only eating the left side of me brain. So I, actively felt myself become mentally dilapidated. But not in an intelligent sort of sense, but in like a perspection sort of sense. Like closing your eye, as it were. So today today and yesterday I had slop. Me sloppies, which is a high protein meal of like mince, sausages, onions, mushrooms, and what the fuck else? Garlic bread, not just garlic, garlic, turmeric, paprika, nutmeg, a little bit of water, and some eggs, basically. Orangutangs, in the Arabic variety. I think that's more or less all of it. I had some cider, I had like pink grape cider, which it's actually fucking beautiful. So good. So good. Christ. It's not as strong as I'd like it, but it's really good. Anyway, after I ate this, I had like a bowl yesterday and a bowl today. And in between that, I've had like junk food, basically. Lots of sugar. Pringles was the worst of it. Pringles and sugar. But then after I ate the bowl of this glorious sloppy topper. No. My brain reflated and my eye opened, as it were. Perspection widened a little bit, and I was thinking like, Gee God, go, I'm no longer mentally dilapidated. Gee God. I was wondering if that means that I have like diabetes or something. I don't have like the clubber fingers, I don't think. I have one finger that looks a bit weird. The rest of them are like as pointing up as you can physically make them, which is quite easy. I guess, I don't know at all. I don't think I have diabetes, but I do feel like, if I fast, just have my brain entirely consumed by my body, right? And then I ate like the most brain efficient thing I could possibly imagine. I could probably develop psychic abilities beyond what I currently have, and achieve some sort of particulate. But the thing about it is, I have no idea what I would want to eat for that sort of thing. I don't know if I'd have to eat something like new and strange and alien, or just fucking fish, So my curiosity. So I've got 3 questions. 1, am I going to die? 2, of course I'm not going to die. I'm immortal until I am killed. Absolutely so. But do I have diabetes? Am I retarded? And if I am correct in my assessment, what would you think that I would eat that would do me brain goods? Good brains. How much do we should? You. Please, thanking you, please. You. You have been deemed unbearable by the council. Your license shall not be removed, and when it expires, you will have to retire. Yo. I don't even know how to do the bloody Japanese thing. Ooh. Bit cold, but They don't know starvation, mate. They have never fasted in their entire life. They've never worked to their exhaustion. They seek for perfection of food, but they don't understand what makes it taste good, because their senses are incredibly muted, and thus they have to seek extremes of beauties and extremes of extravagance and just to feel normal, because they are full. They are full. They're fat in spiritualness, and this is, that's apparent if you see them, of course. And there'll be variances in this sort of approach, but you can definitely tell when somebody is like so. You don't necessarily have to be rich to be this, but it is particularly common with upperclassness, as it were, and lower upper class. The more upper you are, the abundance you have, and the abundance you have gets pretty squandered because you don't know how to really regulate it. Because the aristocratic nature of governance is generally lost in a lot of, in a radical sense, quite frankly. Radical aristocraticness is just been so intermixed with lower class sort of peasantry, as it were, that the Renaissance was this, to where great works of beauty came about because the working class, the peasantry, refined themselves to such heights that they became masters of themselves, essentially. And this is, beauty in its... This is the play at work here. You have something beautiful take you to the point to which you are shining brighter than you ever possibly could be. It's everything that should be. But this process is often resentful because the extreme nature of absolute refinement is just no real good. And the effects of repetition on generational production, I suppose, is a mystery only to those who are blind to see it. You can see true bounty in a farmer's market because they work. You cannot truly eat if you do not know how not to eat. As a row. Hey! Hoo hoo ha hoo hoo hee ha hoo ha hoo don't even remember fucking half the songs in Dark Souls 2. It's the best Dark Souls though. It's second Demon Souls, which is the superior breed. Hoo hee ha hoo, hoo hee hoo hoo. The biggest problem with I guess comparing the human nature to the bestial nature of nature is that people are a common sort of variety. Common sort of variety. No, I don't mean that at all. People of a narrow perspective. That's more correct. Believe themselves to be, you know, either masters of nature or completely separated from it entirely. Which, both of these are correct, but fundamentally they lack the understanding that they are also enslaved to nature and nature is completely unaware of them. Ooh. So, the difficulty of that to sort of compare in that sort of sense, in like an animal kingdom sort of sense, it's a bit sort of counterproductive in that sort of regard, because the human nature is indeed reflective and considerate. So, because of this, it's quite easy to get lost in yourself and to not see yourself. So when you come to see and talk to somebody else, you are talking about yourself. If you're all unaware of this sort of interaction, but when you become aware of this sort of interaction on a even like a basic level, it's incredibly difficult to convey any sort of manner in a fashion that is not derogatory in nature. Not because it isn't true, but because you're essentially insulting people. Not the people that you're actually talking about, but the person yourself you're talking to. Not because of the grand conspiracy that people sort of believe nonsense, but because of what they do actually believe, what they do actually understand and such. Like, fundamentally, if you treat people like dogs, and if you understand it from that approach, you can grasp a hold of what it is that truly sort of gets conveyed and such. So, you know, you can talk anything to a dog. You can talk anything to a dog. The difference between if a dog bites you or not is if it likes you or not. And that's fundamentally it. A dog will fucking die for you if it loves you. That's it. That's fundamentally it. People of the bodily sort of nature, to which we are more or less talking about, it's a difficult sort of pool to sort of grasp there, but generally speaking, narrow perspective also means bodily person. And there's nothing wrong with the bodily, because there's nothing wrong with dogs, and there's nothing wrong with being a dog. In fact, I would love to be one. I'd love to be a little Hodgeville. Just being beautiful and smiling and eating worms. And just being full of life, absolutely so. The difficulty of that is you you have to undermine the undermining that you believe is undermined, which is a complete sort of backtracking of itself, since there's nothing to really undermine in the first place, but you have to approach it as such, because essentially you are gaining the trust of a wild animal, you know. You have to understand the cues and the sort of contrasts and the such to really allow yourself to be endeared by this creature and to have this creature go, me bark, give food, you. So, you know, it's difficult. And then, you know, you get past that sort of point and you don't really need to do any of that sort of marking, because then you can just talk candescently. And accept that, well, you shouldn't really talk candescently, I suppose, but... Well, I guess you do talk candescently, so long as you're proper in your manner. It's all about the manner to which you go about things in that sort of approach. It's all about, so... I guess the real sort of issue, or at least the problem that I'm having, is with, like, angelical sort of Greek beauty type people who are just wonderful in their pure being, and you know, very bodily in their being as well. Like, they sort of incite that sort of bodily nature of the poison modelling, but they aren't doing it in an intentional sense. Not so much as a lacking of self-awareness, but like as a, you know, birthright of the beautiful. That's what I would say. That's what I would say at the very least. Those people, like, you know, those are difficult people to deal with, I think. You have to have a proper approach with them. I've never been able to sort of test myself, forge myself in the ironworks of so. Because I'm an unnecessarily man. I am of the dirt, I am ugly, and I shall always be so. I am the god of nothing. Can I face the dream of within by becoming electric? Absolutely so, mateable as a re-zero. Well, it's typically spiritually pure to spiritually mogurate those of the poison bodily, absolutely so. But the understanding of so is that you do so with understanding. Otherwise, you are simply self-fighting for another, and he, me, he doing so through you, absolutely so. These sort of things typically only really happen because you have the excuse to sort of, like, the legitimate excuse, the perceived excuse, the reason excuse, you know, the reverberation of negativity. It just sort of, the ultimates or the end goals don't really match up to the justifications. Essentially, you need to accept certain points and understand yourself to understand another. Absolutely so. Absolutely so, mate. Absolutely so. Smile and live beautifully. That's my advice. How about your science? Do. We do what we must because we can. Do. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. Now there's no point crying over every mistake. We just keep keep on trying till we run out of cake. There is something to be done, and there's also science in the song. Do 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 do, still alive. Something, 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 still alive. Do 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 do. I don't think you should worry, to be honest. The legitimacy of the site is kind of... It's not always going to be in question. It hasn't been in question from the start, and you've done immense work so far, and it's really good. And if people can't really see that, then they are narrow perception. But quite frankly, I believe it's more of a system of like, they've already got the Twitters, they've already got Chan, they've got Tumblr, they've got all their places basically. Discord, essentially. TeamSpeak, RIC. It's not that real-time typing is that much of a big thing, quite frankly. It's cool and immense and everything should do it, but it doesn't particularly rapture. And the problem with that is it's not on your end at all. You simply need to allow yourself to grow, in a sense. And the only manner to which you can realistically do that is cultivating people. I think what you've got set up currently is perfectly adequate. There's a lot you can do and change and what have you, but fundamentally, you need the people. And you need the people for more people. That's the ultimate of it. That's the ultimate of it. If you want. Oh. Well, I mean, even if I start chilling the place on Discord in the places that I go to, I don't think, you'll probably get a few more people. Hey, check out this cool site, wow! And then it'll probably revert back to normal. Because the things that they want are on the things that they've watched. So, ultimately, the person has to make the move themselves. There has to be a seeking of sorts. Which is not something you can tangible. You can market, but ultimately that's the same sort of result. Even if you put in like crazy new features, it's still going to be the same sort of results. Not because it's cool and fun and interesting, but because it's the ease of use. You have to refine a blade here. Ease of use. No, I don't mean ease of use. I mean well, I guess I do mean it's fairly easy of use currently, so I don't know how the hell you'd even sort of expand upon it. I guess moving it outside of a web browser would do that, but what's the real sort of outcome of that? No, I think you're fine, mate. I think you're absolutely fine. if you do wish for like a bit more security, though, I was saying that having image verification would probably be cool in that sort of regard. You would draw your own picture, you'd have your own nippy, as it were, and you'd just upload that, and you'd have somebody verify it after like a process, of course. And then the other thing would be you'd have like a front outside of the gate and behind the gate. And in the front of the gate will be the trenches where awfulness and vileness sort of appear. Behind the gates would just be simply what we have already. Which, you know, general pretty much serves this purpose anyway. And the biggest issue is you've got a lot of stuff and things and channels and stuff already. The place seems very big. And because it seems very big, it seems very empty. Which isn't really the case, you know. The thing with 8chan was that it allowed your own board creation and such. If you didn't like a place, you could make your own place and moderate it on your own terms and what have you. But that ultimately just went out because people just sort of cross-posted and shared up the place. There was no sort of like intermediate sort of moderation of the site. In fact, the moderating it was a pain in the fucking arse generally. Serious problems here that I don't think 7 hours of sleep you can really make a decision on that sort of easily. So I suggest you sort of like muse over it for a while and give yourself some hot chocolate. That's what I've got. I'm drinking this because I don't have tea. I need to go get tea. Ew! I had something there, but I don't know. No, I just woke up having cups of teas, drinking lots of sugar. Drinking lots of water to help with the sugar. I would have protein to deal with the sugar and the water, but I don't at the moment. I had some carbs because I had some crumpets. It helps with the protein, but I don't have protein. And the water I got is actually a diluted, so it has like acritics, arctic acids, citruses. That's it. As citrus, so it helps me think. Yeah. Beautiful. Yep. This might well, take it how you will. If you believe God is dead, then you believe God is dead. But, you know, it doesn't have to be, so you can have it how you like. It's quite irrelevant. That's the 3 rules of spirituality. The first thing is, it's all the same shit. The second thing is all entirely different. And the third thing doesn't matter at all. Fundamentally so. Fundamentally, absolutely so. You. I've seen a lot of women that look like property. They kind of objectify themselves, and I don't know the reason why they do this. I don't think they understand the world. I don't think they understand themselves. I don't think they've got a shelf to sort of hang up upon. But it's kind of an interesting fascination to me. Well, fascination. Well, I am interested at the very least. Very interested, curious to sort of witness and indulge upon why and hows and what have you. But they kind of allow themselves to be objectified by objectifying someone else. It's excuse me. It's kind of mentally dilapidated in my sort of reasoning, but I think it's not very looked at in my sort of frame of world. You could consider it like, I mean, no, I don't. You can't even consider it self-hatred, because it's not a self-hatred. It's obsession with defining, I suppose. You could consider it childlike, and you wouldn't be wrong in this assessment, because a lot of people are children until their age like 30. And even then, if they don't kill the poison bodily, they'll still be children well on. It's very difficult to sort of understand this approach. But it's only a problem when it's a problem. It's the fundamental of it, so, you know. Difficult. Inherently mateable. The art of the illustrial copulation inherently is spiritually good. However, the manner to which you go about it is what defines if it actually is good, fundamentally. So, if your sex is sadistic, then yes, it is sadistic. If it's not sadistic, then it's not sadistic. It's not so much of an issue of like, I consent to being put to slaughter. Because fundamentally that's spiritually impure. You cannot consent to awfulness happening to you. And that awfulness becomes good, you know. You accept that it's awful, and it's always going to be awful, and it's just bad. And it's grim, and it's bad, and it's grim, and it's awful. It won't become like a good thing. You'll never be able to market it and sell it to children. That's the thing about it. Talking to it. Your testicles can explode and you'll never do it again. Never, ever, forever, never, ever. However the devil, however, five ever. So, it's quite a horrific sentiment, Mabel. I don't think you're wrong, though. But you're not right in the manner to which that matters. You kind of... It's difficult to really state a correct sort of being, since we're both looking at ideals here. But I would imagine that these are like city homeless people. And the city, living in it, kind of is already strangling you alive. if you're not above a certain bracket. And if you're below that certain bracket, well, good luck to you. And if you're below even that, kind of crazy. Unless you're homeless by choice, it's something must have destroyed you. Something. That could have been yourself. Forgive yourself for the weight that you carry with you, and please accept yourself. Otherwise you'll destroy yourself. And I don't want that at all. Not at all. She, well, I notice a lot of women like that. They have a particular mixture between thirst trapping and like face baiting and duck facing and, you know, all that sort of thing. But behind a lot of them is a very sort of uncanny, sort of psychopathic, not psychopathic. Yeah, well, I guess it's psychopathic because there's no fucking emotion to that. They're not really alive. They're not really there. They just sort of like take a picture of them and they're looking nice. And it's very much apparent that they're just doing it to, you know, get the male attention. This woman, there's a hopelessness to her. There's a very particular hopelessness to her. She sort of begging. There's a hopeless begging in her eyes that say to me that she doesn't really know how to love herself. She does not know how to love herself. That's kind of what it says. She's a beautiful woman, of course. All women are beautiful, mate. All women are beautiful, even the ugly ones. The silly, goofy face is just kind of a cover for the hopelessness. Quite frankly, you could probably teach her how to love herself, but if you don't know how to love yourself, then your relationship with her would simply boil down to that of practicality, and that's a lot of relationships sort of end up like that. Very much so. And it's not the worst thing in the world, of course. You might never find somebody you actually love, and vice versa. That's kind of scary, isn't it? It's really terrifying. You've been ordained to be attributed to somebody, not sink your teeth into. That's probably the desperateness, Beautiful. That's probably the desperateness. She wants somebody else to sort of give her permission to love when she doesn't know how to do it herself. I'm repeating myself, mate. Well, if you find her beautiful, go ahead for it. And you simply smile beautiful, for you are so. Absolutely so, mate. I honestly wonder what sort of... if you honestly truly believe it was a dietary sort of thing, what sort of diet did you have at the time? Like, you say strontiums, but that doesn't particularly mean too much, I suppose. Well, I mean, I could guess, really, at what sort of things, but... I wonder if it is just that. Got a whole particular list on it, and particular experience with the shadow creatures that would cast upon me like I can't even say it. Paralysis dreams. That particularly more sort of a waking dream. Essentially, a span of a week, I had these sort of paralysation dreams. Had the paralysation to be a dream. It's very sort of interesting how tangible it was. Because the dreams themselves were nothing really special. The first one, just the first few really, like just typical, you're paralysed, you're in your room, you're trying to wake up, you don't wake up, that sort of thing. And then it's sort of like you'll see the shadow creatures, and then it turned, and then after that they had like a particular sort of ritual where they summoned black orbs that floated into me, and once they did that, they my faith manifested out into the forms of bright, beautiful, colourful lines that formed the shape of a spider. And it was a particular picture that I had looked at before that struck me quite strikingly. No, I don't think it's the same at all, but it could be in just a different format. The other hand I was thinking of is partial awakeness. You had like a particularness of your brain turned off, and that sort of parallels a perspection that you wouldn't really see, because in your lacking you had more to see. The lock fits the key, and the key fits the hole. Doesn't see anything else but what it needs to know. So you twist that a little bit, you kind of find a new form. And it could just be garbage, but I don't think so. Typically these sort of things would be like old TV static, you know? But that's like such a misinterpretation of perspection on the whole. Because your brain, my brain, our brainicles, it's full of juice, full of brain juice that you just slurp up constantly. And if you slurp it up good, the pictures and images and feelings and thoughts and sounds and rotating apples becomes something anew, since it's already taking the norm and making it anew. At least I've been understanding it that sort of real. Difficult to know, you Azaro. That's not where a plane should be, Mabel. You tell them to knock it off for me. For me, you tell them to knock it off. No, it's just not right, that. Just not right. Oh, I would never do such a thing. Not me, not I, not ever, not no how. I would never step forward towards your succulent, bountiful harvest, ready and ripe. I would never do such a thing, not me. Not me, no I, not me, no I. There's not enough vegetables for me to spill my secrets. Eggy bread is not French toast. Read. French toast is French toast. It's toast that's toasted. Read. Eggy bread is eggy bread that has been eggied and made into bread. Alright? Read. 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 I make the best eggy bread, by the way. Never repeat. Well, I could repeat, I never know. But anyway, you. Quite frankly, mate, I kind of fucking refuse. I kind of fucking refuse. I've still got a little bit of money. Don't mind. Don't mind. Accept the money, and if they still, there's gonna be a limit to me. So I kind of. But, you know, accept this, and let's hope it's the last again. I knew they'd do this to you, but, it's a cruelty-imposed misery, absolutely so. I absolutely hate the doctors, the nurses, NHS, anybody like this. Well, I don't particularly hate them, but, you know, it's awful. No, take the money, mate. Oh, I'm fairly certain I know exactly who they are. You have no patience, mate. You have no patience with anybody. Talking to you, sweetbread. You're like, oh, slap. Oh, slap. Need patience at all. And yes, you know, never fucking kill yourself. You're here to consume the good corpse of God. Not to fucking kill yourself. You can't consume the corpse of God if you kill yourself. So, it's perfectly spiritually pure to kill other people. But if you do not understand the nature of coimtecttoe, then you do not have the spiritual purity to do so. Absolutely so, mate. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. You. Three of them, directly to you. Is that the sound of tomato balls being eaten I hear? Oh, it must be, oh dear, oh. What you do is you treat chicken, you treat the chest of the chicken like a sausage. Sausage roll-ish sausage. You keep her moving. You whoosh, 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 whoosh. And the best particular manner to do this is to cook them in water. Not like boiling them in water, like you put your fingertip in your pan and you fill the base of it up into the tip. You tip your tips, and if you're tipping your tips, then you have enough to sort of pseudo an oil, pseudo a fat, pseudo beauty. Absolutely so. And because of this, the moistures of the chicken balls do not leave so readily. And well, you know, if the moist chicken remains so, and you keep that bitch rolling, you shall have a perfectly adequate and soft breast to munch upon. Absolutely so, mate. You see, the next sort of step would be to do it in milk. But milk kind of like curdles after a bit. It's particularly difficult to truly cook something in milk unless you want to wait there for like 20 bajillion years. Which is, you know, fair enough. But if you could do it, if you are willing to wait and you could do it, you put it in milk. You apply some salt to the milk. You get chicken, milk, salt. Chicken milk is fucking beautiful. Absolutely divine. Like, And of course you could get some rice in that, mother. You can get some others in that rice. You could ask your mother if she would like some rice, you know. All these good things. Bacon, because it goes nice with the salt. But I've been using gammon actually late. Gammon's pretty nice. I mean, like, it's a bit, I haven't really figured out the manner to which I enjoy the longevity of, I guess, let's say. But that's more of a faulting of mine and less so much the gammon. Of course, you could put some eggs. You roll some eggs into the mix. And then you've got like a lovely... your chicken milkers is truly a milking. Absolutely so, mate. Yo, Misty, he's growing the jitteries. It is a dream. It's truly the dream you are beholding. Truly, absolutely so, mate. 24 hours of silly voices shall be commenced directly to your face until morale improves. Yeah. Well, actually, no. You shall get a single strike. A singular dike to Mike your wike. Jitteries. Essentially, the weird and wacky stuff is, you know, maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. The real premise is to try something and see how it feels. Because if you try something and it feels like the thing that you needed at the moment, then you're well within your right. It's well within your healing capacity. It shall do what you felt it has done. Essentially, mate. Is it actual medicine, though? Well, there's very little difference between food and medicine. Very little difference. But there's a grand difference in drugs. Grand difference in drugs. The particular sort of mastery of oneself requires a slaughtering of the understanding that your body already has. And if you undo this by presuming that your liver knows less than your heart, well, that's where you've lost it, essentially. That's where you've lost it. So, you buy one, you get one free. You try before you buy and you see what it do. So, Cum Dragon's true weakness. Silly voices. Your cum chamber, as it were, shall be reverberated with the ever-present noise of silliness. Silliness thou shalt cum I'll take a potato chip, and eat it. I agree with trees. Shapes are fucking retarded. Christ. You got an object, right? What more do you need? Of course it's going to look like that. It's looking like that. You don't need anything else. By what you can see. Oh, sticking it on paper does absolutely fuck all. It's not smart, it's not clever, it's not good. It's useless. Dribble. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Mayo, you don't need to defend yourself. But you do need to forgive yourself. And accept yourself. You know? Please stop self-fighting. Forgive the weight that you carry with you. And accept yourself true. Absolutely so, mate. There and there is how you kill the poison butterfly. As a ree is a roo. Yo. Yamadoodle, you skippity toilet mato. There you go. Hope you enjoy. Well, he is the type of cooker who loves food wholly, so it kind of... It doesn't matter if it's the raw ingredients or the refined dish. He loves it all in wholly, so it's fine to him. It's perfectly edible if it's still red and dripping. So, that particularly woman, she, like all the fucking, like, thirst trappers, right, do the whole sort of, that sort of thing. Post a nice picture of themselves, and she is nice. And they are nice. But, I look for the emotion in their face. And quite frankly, on the surface level, it looks fucking, like, psychopathic. Psychopathic, honestly. It's wild how they have, like, no real direction of what it is that they're really actually feeling like. It's very fucking wild, quite frankly. It's wild. Like, for a man, right, you would you don't care what his face is like. Like, if a man's making a face, he's thinking of something. And it has nothing to do with what's going on at the present. And maybe it does have something to do with going on at the present. Like, if the bloke is looking at somebody going, scornfully. You know he's like effed off, you know. But if he's just looking in like a very sort of vague manner that's particular in a sort, you understand it if you care to look for it. I particularly don't. But this woman in particular, she's not smiling. She's doing a fake fucking smile. I hate it entirely. Absolutely hate like fake smiling. She's not really forcing herself to smile. She's trying to not look bad, basically. But she has like a particular eye. She has a single eye, and you'll probably see it if you see it. She has a single eye, and this eye is like the depths of the fucking ocean. There is some real like sorrowfulness in that eye. It's a kind of sorrowfulness that is actually beautiful. She blocked me. She's what? Okay. I guess she probably looked at the profile and saw sexual predator extraordinaire as like pass. But okay. But anyway, no, she has like a fucking. It's like a whale basically. A whale's eye, and a whale's eye is like years of suffering into true sort of beauty. And the rest of the face is kind of just a fucking mask. And if you're gonna have like a mask for a face, you might as well wear a mask to be your face. It's crazy. Absolutely so unreadable. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I saw something else about it. I can't look at the fucking picture now. She looks. No. What am I on about? I was talking about somebody else. No, she just looks. I'm zooming in on the picture now, so I can actually talk properly. Yeah, she does have like a fake fucking smile. She doesn't really. She's not fucking there. She's not fucking there at all. She's just not fucking there at all. Like that's a person, but it's not beauty. It's not a beautiful person. Like there's no. Oh, it's freaky. I've gone on for this for a while now. Truly, I have become the incel. It's hot. It's a very hot cup of tea. Wicked bruv in it. So, what you do, Mito, is you treat the ladder like a stairway, except you're walking in the center of your foot, rather than like the ends, as it were. And then you kind of go upwards.
balancing yourself upon the ladder like a naughty minx, right? Yes. I think I've explained it perfectly. I'm sure you all agree. He lived in the castle where he was born and raised, on a vineyard where he spent most of his days, playing cello and jousting and having merriment with his fellow men, until one day the Spanish came, and it's like you're right, Virginia is full of losers.
Meetable. You're sort of comparing foreign values to, a place that is very barren, that has its own sort of uniqueness, has its own sort of morality, and all this sort of stuff. And it's not really good, because it doesn't really matter if they were paedophiles back in the day, quite frankly. What matters is today, essentially. And that's more of the keen issue, really. What matters is today. Islam is a very self-reflective religion. It is constantly sectorizing, itself, criticizing itself, and a large degree evolving. It could also devolve as well. That is part of evolving. You have to sort of witness the good, witness the bad, and witness what's working. And this is somewhat the faulting of sort of religious-ran countries, basically, to where the country itself does not need to be at constant change, so long as it is operative, beautiful. The more you sort of attack it, attack yourself on a spiritual level, yes, you are getting better, but the more you hammer out your workings, the finer the material becomes, and the finer it becomes, the weaker it is. Isri the Disri meetable, absolutely so. Oh, that's... I saw... an example of this is where the Taliban sort of... They occupied a park, and they had fun with a park, and then they burnt it down because of icon worship, which is kind of fair enough, but it makes no sense to me. That sort of thing sounds more like they had an accident and it got out of hand, and they sort of, covered it up in a sense to sort of play face, which is, understandable. That's quite understandable. When you're an organisation of a particular way, and you need to sort of understand that all things are a weapon, all meanings are an item to hold, to wield, and to utilise. You kind of have to sort of have that sort of approach, especially with the general larger warrior body, as it were. Yes.
Wheeze me to me to me to me to yeah. Wheeze me to me to me to me to what? Wheeze me to me to me to me to yeah. Wheeze me to me to me to me to what? You do 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 do. You imagine Pikey sitting in his rocking chair next to the fireplace, wine glass in hand, full of vintage Sunderland, exclusively grass-fed cow. Ah yes, a good year. Good. Splendiferous. Perhaps I shall invest in... Perhaps I shall invest in shoe stock. Oh, you see those turtles, right? Those little turtles. They come out the beach, they crawl into the sea, and then they get caught in plastic, and then birds eat them. Oh, those little turtles. I'd have many a turtle. Oh. Look at my Ruffdo-copter. It goes swash, 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 swash. Prediction. Revealing the future. That's kind of more within your feelings, as it were. Because if it's more like a not really a belief as such, but like a complete and utter trust that it is so. And if you have this trust that it is so, then it will be so. And the moment you sort of like escape from that sort of motion, you lose so. If you believe you can fly, you can fly. That sort of understanding me too. Absolutely so. But, I mean, like... You can see how, like, that could also be a complete lie as well. You have it both ways in that sort of regard, where I indeed predicted my own death and I averted it. Therefore, it was not real, but it would have been, absolutely. And I also had another sort of instance where I predicted the floor of my bedroom would collapse because it smells rotten, and it's rotten. Rot everywhere, the wet floors are rot. That didn't happen. I had the exact date for that as well. Didn't happen. So, there is very sort of particularness where you need to sort of accept feelings outside of the dream with your predictions, leading up to it, leading out to it. That's where you can tell if it's particularly real or not. But no worries, Mito, no worries. I honestly don't think you should, quite frankly. Remove the Jewish influence as a role. Typically, what it seems to me is you look at the approach as like a colonizer perspective, somebody who goes into a home without a home, who is accepted in the home, who does not feel belonged and wants to become a so. You look at it at that approach, and you sort of realise that there's three sort of separate things that happen. When you are foreign in a body, you wish to be accepted, and to be so, you must take something that is good and make it your own. So, as a foreign body in a foreign body, how do you make something foreign into yours? What you do is you take basic elements of the fundamentals of something good, right? You take one thing and you take another thing and you put it together. Fairly simply, fairly easy, a natural sort of approach, a very obvious sort of approach, And you do it in a way that is pleasing, at the very least. Pleasing and kind. And in doing so, you can claim that you are of the culture because you made something from the culture. This is the first sort of annotation of a sort of a foreign body. The second is to, what you do is you enter a room and you look to other foreign entities and you go, "Hey, buddy, we are English." Well, I'll do it in a more sort of different sort of substance. Two hipsters walk into a bar and they start drinking whatever it is they feel like they would want to do. And eventually, after they've gotten settled down, and they sort of use each other to scale off their own sort of insecurities of not being a part of a place, if they continue to do this long enough, they shall allow themselves to sort of take over the body that they've entered by accepting the foreign. They don't even need to have to know them. Just a simple relation that they are not really from around here is good enough, you know. That is the second form. The third form is the opposite of all that. It is you change yourself into a manner to which you wish reflected upon in the environment you wish upon. So, the easiest sense of that, the most relatable, would be like becoming transgender, right? You have a Jewish family, like quote-unquote sacrifice one of their children to be transgender. This is done matriarchally. And that one is cast off into a setting to where they can socially and morally demand ways for them, because they are disabled in a sense. There's the same sort of approach. You have to treat a posturing mentally ill person as a posturing and mentally ill person, even if it's not. It's unfortunately how it's handled in sort of like in an authoritative sort of sense. You give up your rights as a human being, which is what an authoritative person wants, in exchange for ways of your own. You give and take when you can't take. And this exchange grants you a truer sense of control over social sort of norms. So the body becomes the foreign, as a simple response to the foreign being demanding, as it were. And this is all these things have their own floatings and such, and they all work upon the principle of all principles of getting scammed. If you don't know you're getting scammed, you're gonna get scammed. But if you get scammed and you know you gotten scammed, and you reflect upon being scammed, you shall immunitize yourself from being scammed. That's the fundamentals of it. You need to sort of like, you need to get ill to never be ill again. I guess that's sort of a particularness of like, if illness never existed in the first place, you wouldn't need to get to never be ill again from. And that's That's not a realistic approach, unfortunately. It's not realistic. If we don't do these things to ourselves, then something else is going to. An animal will discover an edge to which it becomes dominant in its field, and if we don't have the natural indication to understand the fundamentals of why and what and how, something as easy as that will mean the end of everybody. The genocide of our species, as it were, because that's nature for you. Nature is against nature, and we are of nature. And to be for nature is to be against nature. Absolutely so, me too. Absolutely so. So, what's the answer to this? You need to allow yourself to not be killed. You cannot die. You must survive. You must allow yourself to take the steps necessary to understand what's going on. So you must allow yourself to be killed. Absolutely so. You must allow yourself to never die. You must allow yourself to be killed. You must, on the third way, understand the mirrorment of oneself is a projection of another, that is, yourself. As ye as a row, absolutely so. Yep. Nah, mate, you can tell it how it is. It's perfectly fine, perfectly English to tell it how it is. Absolutely so. Yep. These bloody... Oh, I don't know. You can look at the beauty of the world and not see the dirt, but the dirt shall be there, mate. The grass grows from the dirt. The flowers grow from the dirt. The trees grow from the dirt. And everything drinks the liquidation of life. Absolutely so, mate. And in the water, all things are beautiful. Until it is too still to move. And then the world folds. So your beauty is continuous. Absolutely so, mate. Yep. We were all young at some point, mateable, and our wants and our dreams and our hopes and our inventions were young as well. So, to attribute particulars of realizations, babies first, understandos, you kind of have to sort of accept that it is cringeworthy. Absolutely so, mate. And allow yourself and everyone else to undergo the sameities. So you can find the true meaning, the true sentiment, apparentness and conveyance of the finer points after all, you know. You can eat around the rough. Oh, I recommend doing so. Absolutely so, mateable. Absolutely so. Oh, so that's why you want to be British, mateo. You want to come over here and partake of the vapes. Well, the children have beat you to it, and they litter the fucking countryside with broken-ass
goddamn mechanical devices that protrude smoke in a sort of a vaguely-esque manner. If you want to talk about foreigners, you first got to talk about the children. It's honestly a big deal over here. It's quite, not so much the whole vaping malarkey, but the fly tipping as such. You got your foreigners throwing the trash everywhere, you got the children throwing the trash everywhere, and you've got like the councilmen being all sort of like tied-testicled about the matter, to where they operate upon the path of least resistance, so they jump down the throats of people who cooperate with them, and they sort of leave alone the people that, they actually should fucking bollocks for. Until they become like a huge problem to where it's like they're forced to do something about it. It's a bit ridiculous, the situation on the matter. If you get like trash dumped on your land, it's your responsibility to clean it up. Until it's like until the council is forced to do something about it. So, you have been warned, my friend. Trash and beauty shall be encased upon your life, if you only whistle for a true delight. Absolutely so, mate. You wish to become the right of Britishhood? Well, it is not an easy path to take. One must torment under the many moons of English croissants. Once you understand the true hatreds, you shall become Englisher. And once you are Englisher, you can pay your way to be British, I guess. Whatever, fuck it. The ease at which you'll set upon a bloke and rip him a shred this is a general sort of like consensus that I've formulated upon the motion of this expedition it suggests to me that you've got your own sort of problems that are sort of digging into you, and being reminded of somebody else's so frequently is a particular setback to your ownities. Will I wash the dishes? Will I clean my room? Will I sweep the floor? It's quite irrelevant, really. Will I pay the rent? I gotta go to work. It's also kind of irrelevant, really. The fact is, you get annoyed at what you get annoyed at, and you're only the person who's at fault for doing so. Hey. It's not very comforting, that. But it's true, and you know it too. I be-ish liberating yonions and gallicums. Absolutely so, meatable. The particular eye of to which mosto greenery effecto minery is particularly not o goodos. I wish ghettos burp them and vomit too from particular greeneries. Absolutely so. Ye goods. Ye goods. No, I wish liberate potatoes. Absolutely so. Yeah. Now, intelligence is beholden to the bodily, and bodily is beholden to the bodily. So, essentially, it's indeed correct to
suggest that intelligence, you're gonna be only so intelligent for the rest of your life, and the rest is like knowledge, right? You learn how to do something, and that can be taken as intelligence, which is moronic, quite frankly. But the next thing about that would be experiences. You went up a river and you found God at the end of the river, and that was your experience, and you found something beautiful. Thus, you've experienced. It's the same thing as knowledge, though. You use these things to base upon wisdom, but wisdom only particularly matters if you have the spiritual understanding to sort of realize it, and that is the important part of things. You can't really escape your intelligence, but you can cheat your intelligence. Absolutely so, beautiful. You sort of realize, maybe I am a fucking idiot, but you realise that in an actual sense, and not like a, yeah, I do be dumb sometimes, sort of a manner, Once you kind of have that hurdle, you've killed the poison bodily. You can allow yourself to be open to the correct answers in life, because sure, it sucks you not coming to those answers, but the important thing is understanding where these answers come from, how they come about, and all that sort of thing. And there's only one way to really do that, and that is to sort of put your foot in front of the other. You've got to tumble and fall and crack and accept that failure is indeed the road to conquest. But that in like an actual sense where you can still see your answers, You can still see your answers and you still get something out of it. But otherwise it's just a pathetic sort of fight of domination. Just no good. That's more what people associate with, because that's the typical baseline, You get into an argument with somebody, and the argument stops being about what's being argued, but rather you're just fighting yourself with somebody else, Near good stall. Very difficult to get past the merriment. Very difficult. And you're not much better for doing so, and you're not much worse for doing so. So, hello, I am Wolf Spider, aged 32. This is my rap. I hope you enjoy. Ugh, ugh, you got Levy. Ugh, ugh, you gonna Chevy. Ugh, ugh. How's it heavy? Thank you. I hope you enjoyed my rap. Krusty. You can't really operate like you're like somebody's an aggregator. Otherwise, you fall into, shift puppetry, mate. You get socially engineered into being a hyper simulated hunter, to where you see monsters in the Grange. It's not good for you. It's not good for you, and it's not good for you. Otherwise, you just need to live a samply and a beautiful life. Absolutely so. You can't. You. Yims. Don't worry too much about things, Miho. You can take it how you like, you can apply whatever sort of reasonings you would prefer, but at the end of the day, you simply don't need to engage. Absolutely so, Mabel. Absolutely so. Nobody ever gets my sentimentals. Absolutely so, Mabel. So that's quite alright, because within Mint is about... I'm sure you'll figure it out. Ibisher, Metapole, Hamisty, Grantus, Yims, absolutely. T. Kinda Willingtons, T. Wishams, Latos Yims, Grantus, Ussery, Orlums. Absolutely so, Meatable. Directed indirectness always sort of screams a sense of insecurity, Meatable. Absolutely so. If the bloke is, you know, he's likely thinking what you're thinking. And if you both preamble your own sort of instigations, you are reflecting your feelings simply back at each other. So, yes, you're gonna fight if you wish to be so. Absolutely so, mate. So, forgive yourself, trust people to be people, and remember, there's no such thing as a bad person, just people who forget that they are good. Absolutely so. But the most important aspect of that saying is that people who can reason in humanities, act, commit in humanities, and do not regret in humanities, simply are not human. So, never let yourself become not human, Mito. Absolutely so. Hibby he, hibby ho, habba hibba ha. Wellington's a Mito, and absolutely so. You. Ooh, you junkie, chunk, 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 you junkie, 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 chunk, 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 you junkie, chunk, 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 you junkie, chunk, 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 basically, a lot of the men in Newcastle, like, is like three different sorts of like Newcassian. You have like short, ragamuffin men who I think they lean into more Danish, not Norwegianish than anything. Then you have like women who you either have like a sister who's a ginger for like no fucking apparent reason. That's a common thing in fucking... I mean, I think it is. I've seen like 2 other people where it's been like the sister's been ginger and you know the bloke has been like some other haircut. So, sorry, I'm vomiting up sulfur from my trip. It's awful. It's wretched. I don't like it. So you have that,
You have that, and then you have like really tall, blonde blokes who would absolutely annihilate pretty much anything, but they typically keep the football, the footy, like. So you know. Oh, I'm very much a raggedy sort of like Norwegian crumple bloke. My sister is Jinjo, so you know. Beat the allegations, will you? I shall not. And another completely unseparated. On a completely unseparative locationals. I learned a bit about my granda, and apparently he was he was pretty much exactly like me. he well, not exactly like me. He was a lot more chanster, I'll give him that. I'm a bit more prophetic, I'll give myself that. But now apparently he had like he went to jail a lot because he got into fights a lot, and he was in the Royal Marine or something like that. Transportation of cargo vessel, what have you. And he beat up some Spanish policemen who were beating up like a cabin boy, and he got thrown off his ship for that. And he also had a lot of hijinks and things that he wasn't proud of, which I understand entirely. Oh, I've got the same notions. But he allegedly has like a block of fucking girlfriends. he was happily married to me grandma, but he apparently also had like a block of like millions of girlfriends just sort of just there. I mean, like, you know, I don't have a block of millions of girlfriends, but I now understand where my notion to want a block full of millions of girlfriends comes from. Oh, gee. Oof. Yeah. Oh, hi, right. So, I get back from North Shields, right? North Shields. From the Premier Inn. Well, not from the Premier Inn. I was at Family with Lunch, right? Family with Lunch. A very terrible, like, chain pub. It was bad. My granda's funeral was abysmal. The abstinence, not a priest, just some woman with like a commitment for abstinence, for like chastity, autistically sent off my granda in a very sort of like awkward fashion. I mean, I did my very best to smile, and I did so beautifully, absolutely. So, okay, but the night before, it was stormy, right? Storm Ishra, or whatever it was. We spent like the day travelling to this Premier Inn to sort of sleep over for the night, because we had to do this in the morning, and it was just, you know, couldn't get to sleep. Could not sleep. Life returns to me once the liquidation of beauty rests upon my being and grants me its sweetness. I couldn't sleep at all in this Premier Inn, and had like a I did my best to sleep, so I had a waking dream. A dream where I was awake, but I was asleep, but I was awake, but I was asleep, but I was awake. And, Christ. That Premier Inn I was in was just full of dread. Full of dread, full of just awfulness. Absolutely awfulness. It wasn't the storm necessarily, it was the inn itself, and it wasn't how hot it was. This figment, this person came out of the darkness in my room, pulling my blankets. He had like a hump on his back, but he wasn't humped back, like a hunched back. He had a hump on his back. He came at me. Well, he didn't came at me. He just sort of like entered the room fairly nonchalantly, pulling my blankets, and he said, "I only wanted a towel," and then that was it. That was the dream. If you ever seen like if you ever seen somebody dead in your dreams, that's the dream for it. So I'm looking up death, murder, just mayhem and misery in that fucking area, but like, Cold will know of the Premier Inn in North Shields with the ferry terminal where the fucking inflatable, where they made the new like shopping centre like yonks ago. It's nothing in like Google, but I need tea, and lots of tea applied directly to me. Genetics always a problem, always a fucking problem, because you're working on nature in that sort of regard. Nature is like a fabric tightening around a ball until it snaps, basically. It's always best to leave it alone, but quite frankly, you can't leave it alone. It's silly to leave it alone, because it doesn't leave itself alone. Nature is against nature. This is nature. That is the essence of consumption. You cannot be against this. You cannot be for it. You must simply just be. Absolutely so beautiful. So, I think it would be wise to sort of breed, a giant fucking idiot, right? Breed a giant fucking idiot. So you can have a baseline for, like, how to go about it. And once you've done that, and you've created an abomination upon man and humanity and God, all that sort of nonsense, you look at other methods to do so. You don't necessarily state upon yourself as a direct measure. You don't need to make a straw into a cup. But you could make an insect into a dog. In that sort of frame of regard. You understand the true nature of nature is the big get bigger, the small get smaller. And the imitators to transform each other are incredibly basic. Like, how do you make a cat into a fish? You throw it into the ocean. And eventually, it shall become a whale. That's what I absolutely believe so.
To that regard, you just need to... You need availability. Availability is your eugenics, essentially. If you can make a material edible, you can sustain a creature upon something, then you've effectively made a direction for life to which you can build upon. So, the first creature that can survive the vacuum of space is the one that's going to thrive. Absolutely so, There's lots of creatures that do that at the moment, but they can't eat and shit and drink and actually survive. That's why they fucking put those termagants? Those indestructible worm creatures on those bleeding golden discs, in case some form of life out there wants to sort of jockey it. Yeah. Makes sense, I suppose. Like, just throw mold into the world and it'll form into a culture. Oh. The question, though, is if you wish to master so, which is an entirely different question, though. You must become a slave to it in that regard. And, in reality, though, nature genocides those that are weaker than it or o, and have no place. Absolutely so. So fight desperately, fight true, speak loudly in blue. Oh, because you have no place like the place that you have no place. Because you don't need a place. Nobody needs a place. Because you have all the places in the world. I believe it would be perfectly actable. I've done a lot of, I say a lot of, I've been grinding granite, like a very high quartz granite, sort of. Well, I think it's a granite. I'll get a picture of it, and I'll post the picture of it. And I've done that for like a week, like in the most least effort as possible, as lazy as you can, sort of manner, to where I'm just rubbing granite on granite, basically. I made a dimple, and I'm trying to smooth out the smaller granite, and it's not difficult as such. It is fairly easy to be consistent with it, especially after you've worn a groove into it. The difficult part of making a shape is getting into that shape initially, the initial sort of push, as it were. So if you're crushing coffee, beans, any material that is softer than the stuff that you're pushing into, what you're doing is you're transferring the energy of your material through that material into the material you're pushed against. Which is both good and bad, because it can, over time it will sort of file itself down through it, regardless of like the softness of the intermediate material. So I had a thought about that, really. I had a thought about that recently. It's weird how like, I have a lot of thoughts, and then you talk about something that's
mildly related to it, and I'm just like, wow, I can speak. Well, okay, so basically I was thinking of like crushings, like hard, like giant rollers, right? Giant metal rollers crushing wheat. I was thinking of grains for making bread, and how bread honestly feels like it's choking if you eat a bit too much of it. And I think that's because like my taste buds, my throat, my internal organs have been like shredded to such a degree that it's incredibly sensitive to even like the most insignificantness as hardship, so I kind of swell up a little bit. But I was thinking, obviously, two metal rollers crushing wheat are eventually going to like find themselves down into a dust. So I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be apt to have like something that's edible doing the crushing? So if it does refine itself down, it could be easily replaced and have no real issue. Add to the flavour. You know, you make the problem the solution in that sort of regard. See, maybe you could have that for here. You could you could make a substance of coffee that is incredibly hard, that could crush the other coffee beans to a manner to which is satisfying. Maybe. I don't think it's a depopulation agenda. I think it's more... there's a particular just sort of mixed bag race of what race gets purged the next, essentially. And the quote-unquote elites that you sort of like cargo cult are actually just a bunch of fucking buffoons, as you rightly suggest. You rightly fucking suggest. A bunch of buffoons in different sort of camps, wishing for one direction or another, and waging proxy and non-proxy on each other. Absolutely so, mate. And the reason for this is because I believe, because the tools that the Jews made to sort of, you know, force immigration and such, and to get people to like welcome refugees and such, are also the tools that the Islamics are using to sort of like fuck them over. Essentially, you report a bunch of Muslims to your country, they're gonna rev up support for Islamic notions that go against your Jewish notions. You see what I mean there? It's kind of like factions compiling with each other to essentially do fucking nothing, because they're all losers. They're all losers. Like, what's the current situation for most sort of like quote-unquote Western world? Leaders who do absolutely nothing, who are null and void, who perform no sort of function, who do sort of no sort of task. They simply keep the current quo, and even at that, they don't do that. What does that strike you as? That strikes you as like special interest groups, you know, would rather have nothing than something. Would rather have nothing than, you know, what they don't want, would rather have, like, it just decay than any sort of growth. So, you know, don't mind the shift puppetry at all, because you're winning by simply being happy. Absolutely so. They're idiots who suck at what they want and have failed at doing what they want for millennia, and therefore you don't need to worry about it, because losers be losing, yo. I do believe casual licking, kissing, sucking, and various oral and sensical gesturing towards people, on their persons, by their people, will have an overall positive effect on your people, I would imagine. So you would get their germs, but you would also get their antibodies. You would understand intuitively what's wrong with them, because you'd be able to feel what's wrong with them. And in tow, them as you. That's possibly how and why hyper sort of sexualized individuals sort of maintain a cluster around themselves of the people they sort of like are bodily with, because although they sort of like abuse the absolute fuck out of the natural indications of the bodily, they will suffer a positive from it, regardless of their awareness of it. You can be dull to eating food because you've ate so much and still enjoy a meal. As a ree, as a row, as a o, as a wah. Gotta catch 'em all, Cryptomon. Oh, hang on, what's the song? What's the actual fucking song? Good. Pokem. Mon Pong Song. Pokemon Song Gong. Gonga Poka Boka Boka. Yeesh. Oh no. Oh yes. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Do. Catch them is my real test. To trade them is my cause. Do. Cryptomon. Got a redactable, hot so true. Our courage is full of poo. We teach you and I teach me. Cryptomon. Do. Gotta catch 'em all. Cryptomon. Yeah. Pikey, pricky, prikeables. I demand a summer wars contest right this moment, right now. Just do it 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 now. Oh. To sort of further, the sentiment of the statement of do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. I said this, don't be cruel. That's the sentiment, but to expand upon it, why is it cruel? Because you are sacrificing the future with the prospects of what the future is for. Not is for. The milk is the effort to which the future is made, given unto the goat to grow and be beautiful. And if you cook it in so, it is something of the opposite of so. So cruel, entirely so, but particularly cruel. In an irony sense. Which is, kind of worthless. But no, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's terrible at all. In fact, I think the best killer child is in its mother's embrace, as it were. To which all men, you must kill your mother to sort of escape from. Absolutely so. But, to say that it is bad you'll only be understood by people who know. Absolutely so, man. Absolutely so. Yes. You are here to consume the corpse of God to create God anew. Absolutely so, mateable. Ooh, it's that simple. It's that simple. It's that simple. This was typed in your voice at Chris Winky. You now want chicken nuggets. My curse rendered unto you. The folk, the kind stroke. He is attempting to convey kind will to you, absolutely, but the sort of confrontational nature of you fucking die if you do that. Oh, now it's a big Bruce. You're gonna have to forgive that and trust well, otherwise it's just not gonna pull out well. You reflect the same sort of negativity that's brought forward, so grasp a kindness. You've always got to find the sentiment of what is beholden. Absolutely so, mate. Well, you don't have to do this, of course. You can continue on your way. You could ignore all and live beautiful and kind ways. Absolutely so, mate. It's the age-old quandary of you've got to sin to be forgiven of sin. Not very good advice, once you're forgiven of sin, you kind of have to go out and sin again to be forgiven, to forgive yourself again. It's not very good advice now, that is it? Because the next time you gotta have harder stuff to really lock in just how much forgiving you need to do to yourself. Yeah. You're only ever gonna learn. You're only ever gonna learn, I say, as a teacher of the sport. Whacking your head in the dirt. You've got everything you need to know. Right at your fingertips. You know it already. You just gotta live it and feel it, mate. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Absolutely mateable. Whoop-a-doop-a-dap-a-doo. Doo-doo-doo-boop-boop. Yum.
Well, I was actually racist, and I'll tell you why. You see, back in 2027 million, the Africans decided to invade Uganda, and Uganda, being a politically minority country, didn't like being invaded. They didn't like it a lot. They got enslaved quite a bit. And, now that's why we gotta pay reparations. Free Palestine, Uganda.
You're a bit ethereal there, mateable. That's why I call you a plant personable. You're kind of not really there. I mean, it makes a lot more. It doesn't seem unreasonable to not to want to be there, to record yourself, to do, something benign as just intoxicate losers, I suppose. But I guess that's really the solution to, not the solution, but the statement of cameras stealing your soul. Yeah, it makes it like there was never really one there at all. Terrible things to say. Horrific indeed. Don't listen to the ramblings of anyone indeed. I consider it, well, I know exactly what it is, but to put it in a different sort of manner, you could consider it a jungle sort of perspective, to where, like, you go down to the Amazon. It's very loud, it's very crowded, it has, everything is colourful. Everything is colourful, everything is screaming for some sort of attention, in some sort of fashion. On the contrary, you look at more like European forests that are very sort of maybe they're flat, but there's a lot of trees, and you've got your wolves, and you've got your bears, and you've got your pigs, you've got your deers, you got your badgers, you got your ferrets, and that's about it, really. That's about it, really. It's very quiet, typically, unless you're blessed with one of those morning birds that sound like an owl, but are actually birds that look kind of like pigeons. Go woo-hoo, 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 woo-hoo. Bless those fucking things. Bless them. There's nothing more beautiful. Nothing more beautiful. Oh, and squirrels, you can't forgive or forget the squirrels. Never forgive them. They know what they did. Hey there, buckaroony. Would you so happen to chance to which you would, if I was to plop my my baby batter into your vagina, and you just so happen to get pregnant, would you then go to an abortion clinic and have a very long and awkward conversation with your family? Just asking for a friend, of course. That's fucking awful, Christ. Well, how do you know you're being true to yourself, I suppose, in that sort of quandary? What are the merits you sort of a testament yourself to, and where did they come from? That's basically what all men do, doesn't it? They kind of they're not really people until they find something that's like, wow, I want to be that dude. And then they become that dude. They go, that's not very Ryan Gosling of you, mate. That's not very John Wick of you, mate. That's not very literally me of him, of you, mate. That's not Patrick Bateman. Oh, this is so Patrick. But in reality, they're not really taking the person, the ideals. They are assuming what this person would be, you know. This person stands for good, so he'll be always for good. He'll totally save the day from the evil, whatever it is I consider evil. Because that's just what he does, you know? That's just what he does. Except ignoring the fact that humans have individual takes for every sort of individual sort of action. It's not as simple as just going good for good, bad for bad. Or when, you know, you're walking forwards, and every step, you don't have to be good at it, you don't have to be the best, but you do have to go forward. And every one of these steps forward are a decision that you make consciously. It is conscious how you move forward. You don't think about it because you don't need to, but it is conscious. And that's really the mentality I would ascertain from the situation is you've really got to have your spiritual understandos to understand the sentiment of the quandaries you sort of wish to partake. It's not easy, but it is very easy. So you've got this, mate. You know, the whole sort of premise of an NPC, the sentimentality of it, is that these people are following sort of a script or a code or what have you. But in reality, it's more like you're a player. You're a character. You are being controlled by somebody in a controller. For you are the character and not really the player, now are you? Or something like that. I could word that a bit better, I suppose. To where, you know, I'd rather be an NPC than be played by a player, I suppose. That's my prerogative on the locative. I'd rather be a code. Oh. What's important in that situation wasn't what being said at all. They were seeking for the authoritative of the nature. They were the poison bodily, screaming to dominate. Mate. And they do this desperately, absolutely so. That's why very intelligent men all the time, you know? All the time. Because intelligence is of the body. And if the body is poisoned, well, you're not going to get nowhere, quite frankly. You're going to eat yourself alive what you've got. Because when you seek to dominate desperately, you do so any which way you can. And to do so in any which way you can, it's a kind of you throw yourself away in that regard. You become a master of somebody else's learning. You become less of what you are, but rather more of what you can be. And if somebody else is clearing the way for you, well, you become a king of that person, and therefore not really human. Not really human. In fact, you'll reach into demonhood and stop becoming all that you love and start understanding things in a manner that you probably shouldn't. But, you know, to counter this sort of point of deterrent, this is the optimal point of, killing the poison bodily. At its worst, you can see it in its full effect. And if you are blind to your own effect for so long, you'll kill yourself, essentially. If you don't kill yourself, somebody who is like you will kill you. If you don't kill yourself, the weight of what you do shall kill you. If you don't kill yourself, eventually your abilities will manifest. And you shall fail in your endeavours, and that shall kill you. It's a very sort of like open flame effect, to where you don't really need to put it out for it to go out. But people are scared of it. If you have no idea how to handle fire, you should be burnt. And that's an interesting notion, because you just throw water on it, you smother it. You smother the flame and it goes. Except that's not how it goes in the spiritual world. Because you are talking about survival of the fittest in nature. The fishish in the nature. The more you strangle, the more the best shall become apparent. You refine someone by hammering down. So what's the answer there? You leave yourself open and allow them to kill you. And in those moments you say, I hope this was everything that you wanted. Because if they ever realize what they wanted, they shall become a greater force for good than you could ever be. And that's a quandary. Mateable. You and I and we and us have got to understand the nature of self-fighting, the merriment, the man in the dream that intimidates. Essentially, it is not that that person thinks everything is awful. Is that he thinks himself is awful, and thus he, in turns, merramentos this awfulness. You are bad. I am bad. the same contours. That's the trapping to which the reverberation of negativity strives for. Yeah. Ow, I stubbed my toe becomes, I can't believe I fucking did that, becomes, why am I so stupid, becomes, I hate everything and everyone. The repeating, the reliance, the compounding changes a simple non-feeling into an extremely miraculous one. Very, 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 very easy to fall into, because there's not too many. I just spilled my fucking tea. Yeah. There's not too many ways against it. Outside of, you know, simply killing them. Ooh. And that's not exactly a victory. That's not saving anyone. It is accepting that the world is awful, which it is not. So I refuse unless it is paramount. Absolutely. Abu-ba-doop.
I'll take a tomato. Yeah. And eat it. Every breath you take, you belong to me. Every walk you wake, every smile you fake, I'll be watching you. You can smush me, mateable, but in doing so, I shall become unsmushable. Absolutely so. I had an idea. It was essentially just you'd paint a browser. You'd have a blank browser and you'd just paint it. And I don't know, it wouldn't be like MS Paint, but I don't know, mate. I didn't know how it would sort of realize, but I kind of figured it would be a bit sort of liquid in that sort of form. No, you know. That's my notion, just sort of painting a blank browser. Not entirely in-depth, but satisfying, you know. Whoa, me. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned a few times, well, probably just once or twice, maybe, but, you know. You are here to consume the corpse of God and create God anew. Absolutely so, mate. The manner to which you are doing this is quite irrelevant, so long that you do so, and you will do so, because you cannot not do this. Because if you were to not do this, you would therefore cease to be, and thus you would still be doing this. Absolutely so, mate. So, to love is to eat. I wish you to be entirely fed, my beautiful friend. Absolutely so. Oh. You shush now. You don't tell them my dirty secrets like that. Key. You're just skinning me alive and flailing me here. It didn't happen. It did not. It did not. Yacht. You have no idea what that even means, Mabel. None. Not a sausage. As sausage will...
I think that you should. Yes. Yes, you should. You should entirely. Absolutely. 100%. 3.3%. 1 in 5 shall grant you the 3% you need to 100% should. Absolutely so, Nito. Absolutely. You. What's this? Another red apple of blessings. This too shall be commensurated in the divine consumption of reality. Soon all the wonderful flows that grant me beauty shall be eaten upon the throne of the green lust. And I shall smile evermore for it. It appears I have provocated a giant red oracle of spherical nature. It is full of rich blood, the nectar of the earth coursing through my veins. In the words of God, good fucking shit, mate. The Brown Syndrome, highlighting all the records from 1980-85. Come alive today, for you from the future, to you from the future, to you from the future. And please don't forget, you're from the future. He's probably on everybody's list, mate. Especially from the 90s and so. Oh. Snorty. I do apologise. But I mean, like, think about it like this. The CSI were very predicament about keeping celebrities under wrap of their jobs, essentially. They wanted the brown nose, everyone. Brown nose, brown job, everyone. So that's why Jim Carrey got the, MK Ultra treatment and was, mentally discombobulated for years. Physically and mentally tortured. They did a lot of cruel things to rich people for culture control? Spy control? I don't know, Mio. I don't know. But, well, that's why I don't really hold too much say in it, because the list itself is kind of like just an idea. It's not really evidence. And, if they hold somebody to a room and got them fucked up and then associated, well, that's It doesn't take much to sort of get people to hate you. Quite frankly. Quite frankly. No. No, just bring back migrational people. No. Just remove the cities. No. You're used to children playing characters, Meatable. If you've got nothing to do, don't do anything at all. That's what I shall allow you. Yep. Of course, you should allow yourself to allow you to allow the do that you chew. Yep. I don't think you need to particularly be serious about this sort of topic. Tropical, put it in optical. Ain't on there is just the typical whippical shift of puppetry, where they wish to cultivate the same sort of mentality that they've been MK Ultra'd into believing. What's that? You gotta have some political argument in my video games? Gee willikers. Please somehow vaguely make black people the topic of the day in my video games. Of course, this isn't the video games, but you know. They're paid to do this. That's how you have to sort of go about it, do. Otherwise, why else? Like, I know autists that have been completely whipped into, like, gay nigger Jew rhetorical composure. It's funny. It's the funny stuff. You know, I point out how shit everything is. It's a good laugh, you know. It's a good laugh. It's a funny point. I like thinking things that have been propositioned towards me. Because I'm a chalkboard, you know. You just write your words. And the mirror forms. Gay sex. Like the winds I bend and fold. Melt the stones you could, but never the tomatoes. Dance. Find your toes. For once you look once, you shall never look once again. Absolutely row. Yup. The Mato and the Matable shall inherit the earth from the coon dragons, scoring the shides, wisping the lies, you know. Am I knowing, my fellow? Am I knowing you are forsaken within the Holdens? Hark! Yeems, Azari, Shalaleems, absolutely. Yep. Especially you, Mato. You're the realest realum that's ever been real in all of reality. So what I'm saying is you're fake. That's the quandaries of the hunter's instinct, my beautiful friend. You recoil against the blade. You are inciting it into your face, you know. It's a very sort of simplistic notion of, like, if you fear the dark, then you know there is something out to get you. Why is it out to get you? Does it want to eat you, or did you do something? And this sort of, like, understanding comes from the same sort of field of point of view of the mirrorment of the human spirit against itself. The mirror, the window, the mirror, the window, the mirror, the window. You'll mimic the various sort of feelings you'll see, because that is the nature of humanity. Not because you are stupid, but because you are stupid. Absolutely. The sort of approach is especially true of those especially true of those who have the little sort of perspection upon the matter. But in that sort of constant, it is particularly honest, you know. It might not be correct or good, but it's honest at the very least. This is why you should never be beholden to any sort of notion of words. Never words. Actions are what you need to sort of join them upon. If you don't joink them upon your actions, and you've got no nuggets to sort of contain, now you can grant yourself the proper vidges of why you acto within your motto, but I mean the sentiment of that sort of thing is not as easily as washed about, and because of this, you know, those of the boys in Budley will typically have terrible hunter's instincts because they are seeing themselves. Absolutely best of beauty. The trouble with the trolley, sort of trouble with the tunnel, Malolly, is simply for the matter is that you don't really need them to kidnap people. Well, there's been plenty of instances where it's not really needed. And for the matter is that, well, if you look back into the days of, like, this sort of awfulness, and you look into, like, shit like the Finders and such, they've already got a population of people to sort of cultivate. They don't particularly need, like, more genetic code for whatever bullshit that is going on. So it's very much like, I sort of work, I do wonder about it quite entirely, like, you talk about the New Yorkian sort of, like, the recent sort of stuff, but looking at it, I don't think it's part of the overall scheme that people sort of particularly see, because if it was, that tunnel would be a lot more sophisticated than it is. And if you think it's just sort of like they caught it in the act, as it were, then I ask you, Why the hell do they have all that dirt in what's clearly a utility sort of room, where they've just stored a bunch of crap? Because that's... and the tunnel itself is just a hole through a wall, you know? Why is that so fucking amateurish? Like, the front of it should be a hell of a lot more not visible. I mean, okay, they ripped off a few boards on the wall, and then there you go, but, like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. They didn't even bother to make a wall in front of a wall to cover the wall, you know? So I honestly think that it was just, you know... Oh, you have made a powerful enemy this day. Yo, Mariners. Home nears. Home. Up for nears. Ho, Yomania. On Homer in a Yamenua. You've made no enemies. You've made plenty of enemies. Now that you're a Peter, just don't Pete out, bro. There's a particular, I say, up in Cumbria, in several beaches, but on a particular beach, there's a nice little like ice cream shop. Very touristy, in like an English sort of touristy sense, where, you know, it's the ice cream comes from the local place, but it's not exactly good for you. That's the least to say. It's a very big place, very active, and it works pretty much constantly. I don't know if they close it for the winter. They might do, they might not, but anyway, regardless. Last I went there was with me mum and my dad, and we went to get ice cream, and we got ice cream. I had like this pancake with vanilla with like chocolate spread on it. It was touristy, and you like it. But the place was run by like a gaggle of women, a goose of a woman, with a lot of like college students, all of them busy doing fuck all, aside from the ones in the back, the older women in the back. But there was this one Indian bloke, very brown, very poo, very loo, but he was incredibly tranquil within that moment. He would look to the sea, and he would be like in sheer beauty. It was quite blissful, quite blissful. This bloke, he could barely speak English. who would have the serene smile of just beauty. Yeah, standing in the middle of this fucking ice cream shop. Nobody noticed it except for me. And I couldn't say a word. Because you don't say a word. You don't say the word. You don't need to say anything. Not at all. Of course, he could have just been on drugs. Is the alternative of that. I doubt it, though. I incredibly doubt it. Incredibly doubt it. Incredibly doubt it. Absolutely so. Mind you, the way the woman was yelling at him for just being a bit slow, I suppose. I don't know what they were yelling at him, but they were yelling constantly at each other, at everything. Just a storm around the grace of the grove. Absolutely so, mate. Intelligence, mightable, is of the bodily and therefore subject to the bodily. So if you are poison bodily, you are mentally fucked as well. Since the mind doesn't exist, it's simply a reflection of the bodily and the spiritual. Absolutely. So, the more intelligent you are, the more it works against you. See, if you're a big stupid idiot like me, like I wish to be, like I am to be, like I want to be, like to be, to what, to who, to he, then I don't gotta worry about dickery, because it won't matter to me. Yep, yep, yee. Yep, 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 yep. I'll drown you in a sound and a mound, you clear-minded buffoolian. I sip my tea at you and laugh. Ha ha ha! But I don't laugh. And after you've sucked out the crunchy nugget of God from the bottom of the glass that you've pretty sure is a bit of spit, and crunch down hard, chew it up a little bit, make sure you wash it at the back of the throat, spit it up a few times. You know how to do this. You know how to do this. You know how to do this. You become God yourself. And then you can decide if atheism is the real religion all along. If you've eaten a sandwich in the past 24 hours, God is in between your teeth. Remember to use a teeth pick. A teeth pick? A teeth pick? A teeth pick? A teeth pick for your teeth, kids. Pick 'em and flick 'em, folks. The whole sentiment with judge a book by its cover falls absolutely flat when you realise the fact that words are appearance in sound, Mato. Words are appearance in sound. The book is written, is covered in words. You take the page out and you bite into it, and it's fucking wood. Fucking wood and glue and bleach and ink. Incredibly irredeemable. filth. Of course, that doesn't embody the true sentiment of the sentiment. However, I fucking hate the sentiment of the statement. It's just not very good. As what I've just mentioned, of course. Absolutely good. But, for something that's actually practical, it's a very sort of easy approach. The true reason why nobody is evil, there's no such thing as a bad person, there is no such thing as like inferior people, I guess. Yeah, no such thing as any of that sort of thing. The reason for this is quite simple. If you think of it more like everybody is still a child, mate. They're still a child. And it doesn't matter what age they are, they're still a child. Only when you reach the point where you understand starvation is when you truly grasp the notion of the fact that you are a child. And then you can look past the window. Just a little bit more. You're still blinded by yourself. Constantly looking. But now, you're seeing yourself. I'm not entirely sure of this point of view you become an adult, but there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more still to go. And I think that's probably why death happens. It's because the true door hasn't opened up yet. So, the black men who are quote-unquote subhuman are just children who have been like fucking browbeaten by their peers into being subhuman. Not because they are particularly so, but because they have no idea what they have no idea from. Alligators eat the limbs of their brothers and sisters and fathers because they don't see very well. The moment to see, well, that's misery, that's misery. And of such innocent creatures to see misery, that would be suicide now, wouldn't it indeed? And because of this, it's a very large impairment to sort of keep the ignorant ignorant for simple perseverance sake. But even so, it's not so matter of like ifs, buts, and what, when. You'll take the steps anyone else will, at a different pace, and you'll arrive simply when you're ready, mate. Now, the apertures on that is like if you have a large scale of people that you have a mold in your kitchen, you need to, get soap or water out and wipe off the windows. Otherwise it's going to keep on spreading, mate. Open the window. Wash your clothes and all that. To translate ical, you wish to forsake. Ittos shall be. Nitroglycerin. I think you'll see. Expedienting the excessive and implying, grant you the silence you desperately so reject in your science. I would suggest yourself to embrace the quiet. Absolutely so, mate. Absolutely so. Brain activate. Brain cease. Mookie, mookie, mookie boy, mookie boy, mookie boy, mookie, mookie, mookie boy, mookie boy, boy. Mookie, mookie, mookie boy, mookie boy, mookie boy, mookie, 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 mookie boy, boy. Yeah. Meadow, 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 meadow. Meadow, 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 meadow. Meadow, 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 meadow. Meadow, 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 meadow. Meadow, meadow, meadow. Meadow, meadow, meadow. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Meadow, 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 meadow. Meadow, 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 ho, 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 meadow. Tranquility for me was floating down the M42. In the rain, red flowers in bloom, the road a river, my head a boat. Not actually, but bobbing. That was the beautifulness, absolutely. That was when I climbed the mountain, as it were. Not since I had those sort of dreams. Since the Durifs have sort of betrayed me massively. But of course, I betrayed them. So. Oh. Green fields. I don't think I could ever have that sort of thing. But it's quite beautiful, mate. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe the first dream of the year was simply of a bodily sort. A journey. The typical sort of journeys one would have. The one being I being the one. Yump, yump, yump. Essentially, well, outside of being an incredibly bodily person as of the turn of the year, as of for a while now, just awfully. Yeah, but no. You'll probably recognise it. You're in the car. You're in the back seat. And you're in the countryside. Driving. There's no particular road, but there is definitely a direction. The greens are lush, and the skies are blue. But it is surprisingly bright in this darkness. You're not exactly faded, but you are there and present. You don't particularly know who's driving, but you know that your father is. Your granddad is in front, and somebody else is next to you. believe it's my grandmother, but I don't know on that one. And they're both dead? Well, not my dad, and not I, of course. I don't think it's a good thing to dream of dead people, quite frankly. But, you know, it was a beautiful dream, without a particular journey. And typically, bodily dreams are that of understanding the journey you are on, and to understand the feeling to which you are grasping upon. I had none of these. I've been trying to seek for the third way, but I'm glad they were happy. Absolutely so. Yeah, dreams are simply just feelings, mate. Feelings, uncertainties and form. Typically, when you have nightmares, you are trapped within a dark bodily dream with sinister forms. But quite frankly, once you understand this, and you understand that dreams are simply feelings, emotions, then you can understand that if you accept yourself and forgive yourself of the weight that you carry with you, no feeling that you feel can ever harm you. For you can trust yourself to be beautiful. Absolutely so, beautiful. Absolutely so. Now, for the more spiritual nature of dreams, I guess it really depends. In the dreams that you have, do you have somebody who is fighting you? Or does he come after you and beat you up? And whatever you do, you sort of desperately fail at it? Or is it like a black, sort of shadowy creature that comes to you tonight? Or he's sort of frame, and he's sort of intimidating as fuck to where you'll run away? Or do you have like particular weirdos coming after you and knock you down and sort of like eat into your body? You know, tell of me of your dreams, mate, and I shall grant you all that I seek, for I practice my magic within the dream. Absolutely so, mate. You know. I once saw him crush a rhino with his two nostrils.
There once was a girl called Platt who said, "Go kill yourself fat." Till along came a Texan whose big papa flexin' made her all wet, and that's that. Da 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 da.
Country gnomes know how to make do. I make do by being country and gnomish.
I fucking no clue how to do a gnome meal, unless you really want that. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed. I'm a good doctor, good elf. I'm a good doctor, a good goblin. You dare grasp upon the barf of life and squander its meaning through consuming delight? Hey, go right ahead. Continue your way. Grant yourself beauty, however you dismay. Yo 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 yo. Your Chef Boyardee will release these aries. You bless only what you deem you. Cough into the mic, screech into your asshole, and vomit through your nostrils. Absolutely so. Springle in the wind, my beautiful within. Can you take upon yourself the notion to find yourself? Grasp the wind today, find you anyway. There was never a doubt that you could find you. Grasp, grasp, grasp that you know. Don't let yourself grow until you are cold. Grasp, grasp, never wishing to doubt. Grant yourself all that you know and sing yourself out. Yeah.
Let's on this dick. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep.
Ah, yeah.
Yep. One day you shall answer for your crimes, Crimblin. But not today.
Mwah. You've done it.
You've activated my trap. You
Failed.
That is not a polar bear. It is a cow. It's a cow. It's a cow. Your cum chambers are forever tainted with the knowledge that you fucked up. And all that's left in the wake of science is the evermore laughing of maters. Absolutely so. Kind of like a treadmill, wouldn't it be? Where you have like the blackest of the black down at the bottom, the whitest at the top, and you know, constantly it's moving downwards, of course, because the blacker are getting blacker. So you know, what you suggest is to like bring it forward and make the whiter whiter. You don't really sort of like you've still got a bracket, mate. Like the more whiter you pull it, the whiter it goes. Like, oh, you're not opaque. You're iridescent. Well, okay. Into the genetics pool you are cast away. Quite funny, really. You know, I've considered, like, the reason why Asians, you know, they have this urbanized culture that's, like, completely removed from blacks. It's entirely based upon, like, it. And, like, the sort of, the light nigger sort of niggers, you know. The thugs without the gangs. It's because they probably have a very, 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 very opaque layer of brown, and that's what makes them yellow. I don't know. You're looking at like the Irish versus the Celtic versus the Scottish versus like. Nah, truth is, I think that like it doesn't particularly fucking matter. What matters is like are they a positive force? Are they a neutral force, or are they a negative force? And to that you'd have to have the standards to define such a thing. And that's more the quandary of the matter. That's the quandary of the matter. You've got to fight for the baseline of what is good sort of standards in your quandaries. A big reason. That's the whole reason why, you know, morals are rotting away. Oh, they're taught horriblenesses in school. Yo. It's all shit for really at the end of the day. It don't particularly matter what they do. You can dance one way and you'll still become blue. Yup. Just be happy with yourself, mate. Just be happy, and the parasites will go away. Refuse to dominate, as they dominate you. Because a man who seeks to control others is seeking to control himself. You're very easily distracted in that notion. Absolutely so. Well, not you, but those of the bodily. Absolutely true. Well, it's quite difficult. Well, it's a great way to open a question.
It's quite difficult. It's quite difficult. Now, things aren't difficult. Quite frankly, I'm not entirely sure what you're on about. I thought you were talking about, like, the Israeli sort of, like, conflict. Or, like, any else sort of thing. But with ISPs and stuff, it's a particular sort of beast to where, considering it, all of it operates upon, like, government infrastructure. It's kind of, they pretty much have to be of a political nature. Oh, annoyingly. Like, until the day you can have a true sort of wireless network, or wireless connection that isn't, satellite operated. Because satellite is essentially, a network in itself. You have to have somebody shoot a rocket into space. It's the same sort of situation as lining the wires on the floor. And that's the direction I would prefer internet particularly go, where you have some sort of more secure personal end device that connects to something that isn't hammered down at all, I suppose. Because even if like, you set up your own sort of network, that's still something to particularly sort of operate upon. Yeah. Kind of like buying a car, really. You want the freedom to move around, but you still gotta look. But you're forced to learn the goddamn law. You can't just drive around somebody's field, which is awful. Kind of what makes sailing a hell of a lot more appealing, but at the same time, that's also like, you gotta learn how to drive a boat to get your outing license, maybe. I don't actually know that. I know that you have to buy port licenses and such to dock up and what have you, but I'm talking out my arse. I like me arse quite a bit, and I talk out of it often. Yup. Wow. Someone translate this fool. Send him to Nouveau. No. Right, now that I wasn't so rudely interrupted, I can continue on with going with about these of the Yalties that we five ourselves into the Yalties. Here we go. Wolfie, send this aid unto the fly-eating chamber, and have his face eaten by flies immediately. What the fuck? Mateable, nobody hates you. You have no enemies in your life. Peace and tranquility is your birthright. So please smile beautifully and trust yourself and love yourself. Absolutely.
Negaji! The new power drink for men! The particularness of... first of all, thanking you for your concerns, Readable. I'm not particularly law dumping in a dramatic sense. No, I'm simply speaking of fact. These things do not compel me. You're inquiring, and thus I am. Inquire. Absolutely. So, I don't know. Well, I guess you don't know. But it's not particularly a long story, but it is a fairly sad and pathetic one. Absolutely so. I guess it really depends on what you're particularly asking. And what it is you really like to know. The entirety, the events around it and all that wasn't particularly, I'm hyping it up quite a bit because, it's always interesting to sort of be a part of something in that sort of regard. But in reality, it's a lot more hands-off than it really should have been. But, suffice to say that I had a long-distance relationship with a femboy that I deemed to have loved over the internet. Quite a while ago. There's a lot more to it than that, but it's not really a particularly interesting story outside of the bodily sort of nature of it. And I don't particularly wish to promote my own sort of vilenesses in that sort of sense, so forgive me for not pandering on that sort of notion. But essentially, he ran away from home with the intention of dying someplace. That was quite particularness to get over. A particularness, I say. Dragged on me in years. I didn't particularly realise it at the time, but it took a very long time to sort of actuate the sentiment of everything that happened. In that sort of notion, I sort of realised that I'm very much an afterthought person. I cannot live before something. It has to be after. Not very intelligent. Not very intelligent. So, about 5 or so years later, the police in America land contacted everybody used to know him, and that included me. Finally had a particular sort of frame of reference of where he went. And, they found his bones in a particular sort of park somewhere. And they only realised his bones because they sort of contracted out the work to a company that worked on carbonizing water in bones or something like that. A particular sort of technology that they kind of got stumped upon. Because apparently when you die,
They can exactly tell you where you were. Oh, excuse me. I'm not choking up inside. I'm just a bit of bloody hair has gone on down into me lung. Or whatever, you know. Oh, excuse me. You. So, no. Particular. They can tell you where you were from based upon the water you drink in that location. Which, if you're a paranoid schizophrenic who believes the government is after you, that's quite a horrific thing to learn. They'll find you definitely after you die. You'll never survive in this world. No. But he actually ran off to... By this point, we had broken up. The short of the end of the stick, he kind of like... he hated himself greater than I hated myself. And he ran off. Because I don't particularly remember if he cheated on me. But it came about to that sort of particular. He deemed our relationship to be a delusion, to which he was correct. And I could have never really foreseen that. So he ran off, particular, to a different friend who was also somebody I met. Not met, but talked with, not on a fairly irregular basis, but I knew of. Quite a strange particularness, because this was like a lesbian who had like a wife, and prior to killing the ex, she killed her wife's husband, essentially whatever sort of living situation she wanted to sort of cultivate for herself didn't particularly turn out the way she intended, and thus one day she decided to kill my ex. Absolutely so. However, I don't particularly deem it as such. I believe it as a sort of... She really wanted to kill herself, and she used him as a means to achieve that without killing herself. Which is a particularly sort of like... apt descriptor of it. And she was incredibly poison bodily. And entirely manifested the demon to which she became. Absolutely so. My ex stole, like, his dad's car. He picked up his laptop and his PS3, and such. Drove it to her place. Lived there for a while. Was strangled in his sleep and then dismembered in various sort of pots and such. Discarded in some park somewhere. Discarded, and his belongings and car discarded somewhere else. And when it all came back to her, her wife killed herself in front of the police, sort of like a clear suicide pact, as it were. But she didn't kill herself. Quite crazy. She has the, she was a Latina sort of type, as it were.
And she's in jail now, I think, or something of the sort. It's a particularly interesting notion, because I'm not entirely sure if I should be angry, since essentially that's what he wanted. He went off to die somewhere, to be killed. Well, that's a hell of a lot of closure, quite frankly. And that's the story. Well, that's a small segment of it that it's a lot more prophetic than I really put it on my sort of frame. If you look at it from the other sort of side, it's a lot more interesting. But dramas and all that. Yo yo ho, yo yo yo. Lots of hearts were broken, and that much I can assure you. Do you ever wonder if, if you were trained to be a husband, in those sorts of situations, where you look upon somebody in some sort of institution of sort, be it a family institution or friend institution or a institution, do you feel that you would be better as a person if you had just a little bit more discipline? The cum seekers descend upon you. They castrate the chitless into the void. Woe to those who desecrate the sacred cum of the cum lords. Oof, oof, oof. I shall take that as a yes, mightable. You have signed yourself away to a life of reality. That's a particular sort of difficult question, though, because at the time all this was happening, essentially, my understanding was that the psoriasis had formed like crystallized spikes that were stabbing into my fucking tendons and such, and it was god awful. I went to the doctors several times, and they just cut me fat, basically, which is fair enough because I am fat, and I was fat. But when I actually went to a hospital where they fucking had an ultrasound, and they saw that like it had been inflamed and there was like a dead layer of skin floating inside. I had like knee surgery, keyhole knee surgery, or one on my knee, and then just drugs for the rest of my life, where they would occasionally inject, suck out the the inflammatory fluids of my knee joint occasionally. It worked for a while, but then it just came back because I was on like a biologics, Iceberg Max, experimental, like, incredibly expensive drugs that worked for like 3 years. Now I just sort of look after myself. I don't do much. I try to eat well. Occasionally I don't eat well, and that's fine because a lot of junk food, while terrible for you, takes a while to build up the terribleness inside of you. But supermarket mincemeat just fucking kills me in instants. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. You'd think like Pringles would be worse in that sort of regard. But no, it's crazy. Everything that comes in some sort of packaging and such, I think, or has some sort of level of preservative or whatever the fuck it is that they do, just you can feel it graining. So yeah, I mostly don't do much because I'm very terrified of my joints just becoming inflamed for forever and I become like an absolute cripple again. I feel like the level of movement that I've got now is at least comfortable enough to sort of be reasonable at the very least. At least until if my skin completely goes, then I'll probably be more happy, going out and doing things. But it's been a long time, Nadable. Long times. Yeah. Oh, but I went on there for a rant and I completely fucking forgot what you were talking about. My answer to that is you just stretch. You stretch, you crack the joint, and if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You don't need to burn yourself out, I suppose, in that regard. You just need to, if there's something that's a little bit dull, you keep on clicking it, and eventually it'll sort itself out. And if you're clicking it too much, and the dullness comes from your clicking, you leave it alone, and it sorts itself out, essentially. To get to the point, Mabel. Blah 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 blah. Hankering is the term. Hankering for a dankering. Absolutely so, me. Rule Frotania, Frotania, rule the way. Rutania shall never be slaves. Rutania. That's not that funny. Don't laugh. Fucking ass out of your head, right? It's the holidays. No, it's Christmas. Smile beautifully. Do you believe the universal qualifiers to what a culture truly of quality is? Should be obvious. See, I don't know. Because I think to a lot of the Bronze Age sort of cultures, the city-states, there was a lot of uniqueness. Specifically, I wonder if it really matters at all, generally. If something good has to be also strong, has to also be beautiful, has to also be spiritually pure, when, quite frankly, there's gonna be a billion cockroaches, Neil. There's gonna be billions of them. And they ain't too concerned about what good looks particularly mean. In all equalities. That's kind of how I believe it show. It's very sort of masturbatory sort of. Well, no. Let's not call it that. Even if it is quality in that sort of sense. Very. Yeah. Yup. The human race is like birds, desperately waiting to settle down someplace, only to pack up and fly another waste. Yup. Yo. Ho. Oh, kind of a shame, really. I wonder if that's how cannibalism is invented. We shall never know. Or at least I. That was an absolute earnest. Didn't take that as a fucking like, oh, it's Reddit. Oh, it's Twitter. Oh, it's cut chatty. No. That was a legitimate compliment. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. When you have terrible genetics and you eat crap your entire life, sometimes the only way for you to heal yourself is to directly crack the chalcinogens out with another sort of liquid vileness in the form of tasty sweets. Until it gives you gout, of course. Don't ever eat anything that gives you gout. Because you're not eating the thing that you're eating. You see, you eat the packages of the thing, which is even worse. Like that's fucking. That's like the nightmare situation where you have like beautiful food. It's just fucking awful because the package it's in has been frozen, and in its frozen state, it's fucking cooking it, and with its cooking the packet, it's like directly injecting fucking €1,000,000 dinosaur juice directly through the chemical process that turns into polystyrene through your fucking chicken dinner. Well, it's mince in my sort of case, but you know, it's a difficult situation where you need to punch yourself occasionally. And that's what I believe. You gotta punch yourself a little bit to get immunized from the atrocities. That is what it is to be an unnecessary man. The unnecessary men, as it were. Yes. I don't particularly know why you're calling it like furry art, but it's more akin to Tumblr-esque Sophites. Esky. It's very commercial. Which is, a commission, so it's like perfect for exactly the job it's had. Quite frankly, I don't particularly know where this entire outrage has come from. The pitchforks are down on the floor. Just leave them there. Don't you ever say that to me ever again. No. Or Morning, morning burrito. Morning, morning burrito. Eee. Get yourself a pair of burritos. Stick 'em together and get yourself some Neatos. And you'll have yourself some Neatos. Morning, morning burrito. Morning, morning burrito. Eee. Dwayne the Cum Dracula, starring Timothy Jemison as Little Erickson. Grasp it truly. Goof. If you start nibbling cookies from the cookie jar without the spiritual pureness to understand exactly what you are doing, well, you'll end up with no cookies in your jar, mate. And that's a tragedy that befalls all of us. Absolutely. Smile beautifully, mate. I know you are, but what am I? No, I think that's the correct sort of opinion to have on the matter. Like, you've got to realize that it's been a very short few years from how extreme everything went to everything sort of unraveled. So you kind of, yeah, it's healthy to be suspect of very sort of obvious salting the earth tactics, as it were. That's what I believe, anyway. That's why shift puppetry is just not something anybody should give two shits about. And I should be made a fool one way or the other. Yes, I can. Fuck you. You think this is a fucking game? No. Well, you effectively you have to first decide what kind of restlessness you're dealing with here. Because if you've ever attempted to sleep and failed before, you should realize that there is a couple of different sort of sentiments that linger within this sort of notion. There are sleeplessnesses that, quite frankly, you were never going to sleep regardless. You just never were. And there's sleeplessness that's like, you went to bed tired, and then you go into your bed, and it's like, oh, okay, it's gonna take a while. This, I personally don't like that. And then there's the sleeplessness that you're in a sort of state of constant sleep, so you retain the sort of sleeping essence required to sleep, so you can effectively sleep for a very long time. But if you get a moments of sort of disturbance, you're kind of fucked. You're ruined for life. Yeah. My suggestion is always wind down quite a bit. You need, when it comes to sleep, the relationships of rest, you need to wind down, and you need to wind up. Give yourself as much time as you feel like you can, basically, and then give yourself more. There's no other real tricks about it. To smile beautifully, mateable. Absolutely so. Yo, 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 yo. Yo. I wonder if you smell bad, you have something wrong with you, in a sense, of a medical sense, so you don't really need to wash up for yourself if you're not going hunting. And you'll smell good if you are healthy, and so the real issue is more like washing clothes and such. Beards and like, and if you're a hairy bloke. You'll be an oily sod. Bloke. Of course, naturally, I don't wash myself. Because I like to be smelly. I like to sort of charge people wasting me time talking to me by making them smell my worst. If you've ever had a waking dream, mate, where you're paralyzed, well, not so paralyzed, a very sort of desperate, escaping sort of scenario where it just doesn't seem to end so. This, there and there, is where shadow creatures come to you. It's not so much like an instant sort of thing. You have to sort of cultivate it. Like a floundering creature attracting eels in the water is sort of a deal. Yeah. I don't particularly know if it's like a malicious sort of thing, but the effects I've seen are very varied. In my own cases, in cases that I've seen other people, but essentially they perform their ritualistic experiments upon you to make you like them, so they become like you, because they want what you have. Well, they don't want. They want to become you, in a sense. Not so much like rob you of what you have. Don't misunderstand as these. They cause harm, yes, but it's difficult to really sort of feel that it is absolutely pure evilness, regardless. Anyway, the tools that they use are awful. The means as such are indeed. Thus, I have my own sort of crusade against. I crusade for genociding all soul parasites. Basically, that's one of my many sort of goals within Mint. Absolutely so. I'll quite easily explain that because it's very imperative that I sound like a complete fucking madman. Very imperative. But I truly believe this because I've seen it. This is simply in my dreams, mate. Simply and thusly. Absolutely so. You know that you've undergone this sort of process if you've had these creatures come to you in your moments of strangulation, and they have put, and black orbs have flown within to you. Maybe as a result, maybe not. That's the soul parasite entering your person. Uh, to arouse the sort of reverberation of negativity, as it were. This is the ever so often and unnecessarily repetition of just terrible feelings that bog down your body, bog down your mind, your body, your spirit, your soul. Well, not the soul. The soul is like floating above your head, completely separate and connected to everything and everyone. Okay, so in large in part, this is why you have to sort of invent a kind of acceptance of soul, not an apathy, not a lack of caring, but you have to like accept that you are always going to have to be like so for it to sort of leave your person. Absolutely so. And every day that you desperately crawl to a future to where you think you belong, um, well, the more desperate you become, that is how you become demon herd. Demon herd is not a particularly correct term for it. Lots of my terms have sort of reinvented over the years, and I'm still sort of in the process of it. In fact, today I kind of realized that all these creatures are what I'm going to sum up as Dorifs. Absolutely, Dorifs. I think that's appropriate. So, the angels, the demons, the jester heads, the shadow creatures, soul parasites, Dorifs. They're all of the same, and they both have good for you and bad for you. Their own goals and your own goals. Various sort of compilations, cringe compilations that have deeper meaning than you particularly realise, but the deeper meanings are also incredibly simple if you just allow them so. So essentially, uh, they they perform this sort of experimental ritual upon you of the sleep paralysis of nature is what you can consider it as, but I call it like waking dream because it's a lot more varied than you'd realize. From your own experiences, from my experience, being paralyzed while sleeping is actually kind of incredibly different than a waking dream. Because a waking dream is it's quite interesting. It's a very particular form of practice of magicals that I do, or used to do, rather. Well, still try to do. If you've lost your spiritual sort of touch, it doesn't sort of go away. You just sort of understand your practices a little bit more. It becomes harder, more refined, and largely better. Essentially, I call it an experimental ritual because the performance, as it were, is never the same in any sort of cases. It's always a new trial. It's not so much like your college days where you're on your thesis and you've masterfully crafted a beautiful project to like go far and you've got high hopes and stuff. This is like a grind of time situation where it's either their first time is every time basically, and there's no rush to sort of pressure on, and in that sort of regard you'd consider it as like a test of sort, a cultivation of a fierce that's they're looking for a certain something, both good sort of durifs and bad durifs. But quite frankly, there's not so much difference in where they are. Basically, me too. Basically, it's quite irrelevant. The hindscape of this. What's more relevant is the poison bodily aspect. The bodily and the poison bodily, because the bodily loves you. Fundamentally, truthfully, you fucking love yourself. And you strangle yourself because you love yourself so. Understanding this fucking notion, you realize just how hard yourself. Just how hard yourself. Just how hard yourself is on yourself. Basically, mate. You smile and be beautiful and live truly. Absolutely. Although live truly is kind of sentimental. That's kind of silly. But so long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Literally what matters. Literal likes. Me too. Um, Thank you for warning me about the synthesis. He's been trying to steal my accounts and stuff for a while now. I think he'd build up a sort of facade of me, and is trying to worm his way into a particular sort of group of people that I have no fucking sort of association with, to stone sort of toss his NFT stuff, or his phony NFT stuff, I don't know. Essentially, well, I'm a bit worried about it. That's what I'm saying. But thanking you for warning me about him. At the very least, appreciate your kindness. Absolutely. I think he might have stolen one of your accounts or something, but there is a particular sort of. It could. I don't know. I don't know about his activities outside of what he's attempting to do to me, but essentially he went after the Instagram first that I had, but I deleted because I didn't actually fucking use a thing. But he moved on to other such attempts at different places. He tried a crack at my direct Twitter and failed. Or succeeded. I don't particularly know either way. I don't think he's actually doing anything. But just checking accounts to see where these supposed groups are so he can send results out autistically. I don't know, man. you know, with the environmental stuff and the elites and the what have you and the whatchy. But a lot of those sort of fucking opinions, like gotta keep the population of the earth under a certain level and like gotta look after the environment and uh, what other dumb opinions are there? Well, I suppose there's like, I mean, I can lump a few together there, quite frankly, but it'd be a little bit of a stretch to the sentiment that I'm trying to convey. Basically, um, it just screeches like a common sense sort of opinion. And a common sense opinion is very much like you could consider it a retarded opinion because it's mostly so. But I would kid it to something like a superstition, like a modern day superstition. Don't step on a crack, you'll break your mother's back. You burn the coal, you pay the toll. you know. So I kind of think that like it's less they hate you sort of, and they want you all dead sort of a stance upon it, and more so that they're horrifically incompetent, horrifically sort of clicky, and horrifically like secular and factional and at a civil war with themselves. That's kind. If I was going to put like past the shift perfectly sort of mentality, and before like a spiritual sort of notion, this is what I would do to you. Certified hedgehoid no movements, brought to you by the Pinecone Gang. Boom, 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 boom. We love frolicking in fields. Do, 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 do. You were, we are, I am, of this planet to consume and to be consumed, Meatable. We do this to create God anew from the corpse of God, as it were, Meatable. That's the reason. All silly functions flow, Meatable. Absolutely. So, you know, if you want to fucking die, go get killed in some manner that is spiritually pure. But quite frankly, if you want to die, any manner to which you are killed is always going to be just self-suicide, Meatball. To which, no, absolutely not. Don't like that at all. Smile and live beautifully, absolutely so, Meatball. Oh, any manner to which you live is beautiful so long as you are smiling so. Oh, Behind every a pumpkin, 10 million Hodgebles gnawing blistering, feathering the world. And a particular notion grasps. You do not have the tokens, my friend. You do not have the tokens to survive. No. No. Hark, ye visions of stolen glimmer, ye callywag, your stubborn nigger. Yeah. What we're doing is we're munching your munching. Munching, your munching. Konnichiwa, Soichan, Dakrada. Onmayo wa washi wa winu Japan. We okay. Omayo Tokyo. Dracula da Doki Doki Nandeska. A lot of the well, I think it's Dubai specifically, or Saudi Arabia, for that matter. They do the UFC sort of stuff, and I think that they should like use their infinite money to fund like jet fighter jousting. Just have giant aeronautical sort of like combat entertainment, gladiatorial sort of combat, and like get sponsored by other countries and such and such and such and such to house their sort of like machines in very much like a racing sort of setting. I think that would be cool. I think I think that would be spiritually pure to do, and they just build their country in that sort of regard. But the other thing I would recommend for Saudi is to dig a fucking river through the country. Even if it's a saltwater river, it's still a river. Bliss, bliss. The do 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 the sentiment of that though, mate, well, is that I kind of it's like, yes, okay, you bring a murderer into somebody's home, they're gonna murder, but it's still up to the murderer to murder. And that person can forgive themselves the past that they've had, or they can continue on like a rabid animal. And at that point, it's like largely your own fault if you accept so. I don't know. I don't think that's correct. That's not a nice sentiment. It's a bit wider than I think. It's just like, oh, here's a rapist. There you go. Your country's fucked now, mate. No. Like, I don't disagree that different peoples have their own sort of squanderies, but it's just understand it intuitively. You see it as a very self-destructive sort of notion, rather, and of course that it is, absolutely so. But in essence, this is reflected back and returned in a truer sense of self-destruction. Very much a people that are poisoned bodily, absolutely so. But as so, they can kill so. That's kind of why, I went to being very anti-Semitic simply because I didn't really know too much about the world. Then once I started, like, more about the race stuff, I was like, Kaiser milk is bad. Traditional Jews, okay. And then I've just sort of 360 on myself, basically. You can call me a somatophile or whatever it is, but, I do believe a dog can reach godhood one day. At the expense of others. That's the question, though. That's life, though, Mito, I suppose. You are consumed, or you consume. And you're consuming while you're consumed. You don't wish it so, but, well, that's the soul parasites for you. The shadow creatures making you like them. Absolutely so. Ye good. I just wish for beauty for all. Absolutely sure. Do you cute little puppa. You know, I had a particular sort of thought with my friend about creating wealth in such a way. Not creating wealth, creating currency, as it were. Was that the best sort of solution to it would be a plant that you cultivate in such a manner to which cannot be replicated and is perfectly unique in its form. Oh, that would be, that would be how you'd create something of value. As a row. I think the Egyptians did something like that. They make it into bread, I think. A different concept, but, Are you really going to do that, son? Are you really going to write those words that you've begun to read within you? Grobbing the lobbin, you're simply a throbbing. Beating the hobbin, you've got to be coffee. Yes. Would you consider me a swamp personable who would lay out various traps of whimsical nature to lure unsuspecting tourists into the dirty abyss, and then out crumple them up and feed them to me family like birds to their little baby birdlets. Hey, I just spilled my tea, fuck. Violence and murder are not the same things. Not at all. They can have the same motives and meanings, but they are not the same things. Therefore, my belly welly chappy japper, you can considerate that murder can very well be a form of a logic. The act of it could be violence indeed, but violence in your sentimentality is aggression, is aggressive, a wild beast gnawing at the world. But this is not the case for quite a lot of reasons. Yoshi. Therefore, you do not require violence to be a murderer. You Hard men create harder times. Harder times create harder men. Harder men create harder times. Harder times create harder men. And thus you are gay. I know the excess kindness that you are being bombarded with by people who express distraught to your condition. It's a bit, imposing, demanding. I understand that, Mabel, but you've got to realize the cause and effect of the matter. It's a bit, you won't have your answers. You simply won't. Whatever you're going through at the moment, mate, I wish you well, Antons. Absolutely so. I know you're not particularly doing anything that you're not incapable of figuring and such, but it's watching some bloke balancing on a wall. You can have complete faith in that bloke, but if the wall crumbles even slightly, then it's a great fall. It's simply and thusly that simply and thusly absolutely beatable. Take care of yourself, mate. You best punch yourself in the bollocks, mate, or else you lose those gains forever. You'll be lost. You'll be gainless. You'll be neutralized. Hello, Pomos, my Silent Hill Mog's Resident Evil. Yup, yup, yup. You. You. Me taboo. Whoa. Braga! Braga gaga! Gagi! Katu katu kuti kaka! Whoa. What? I am about killing the poison bodily and reaching clarity through within it. Absolutely so, meatable. Yo, yo, yo. There and there depend upon your predicaments into the notions of where you are from and what you are doing and who you are going. But, quite simply, mateable, if you are happy, then there is no need to approve upon. Absolutely so. Mateable. De killer. Da do dee da dee do kala de goo ga goo gee goo ga goo da kala da da dee do kala da do na na da do da Twiddly twiddle do, there's a rhythm in my soul. Twiddle do, twiddle lay. Would you like it this way? Dooey 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 doo 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 dooey 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 doo doo. Smile always. E- e- Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Ooh, you know, I just yeah, I'd draw a little thing, but I don't think I'll be able to articulate that very well either. But I just had a particular notion. If the real time chatting, the goal is to suggest politeness, as it were, then um, perhaps limiting a room to a certain number of people who can talk, and anything greater than this number are observers, to which have to, ask to speak, and they can only do so by replacing who is currently speaking or somebody from. Oh, excuse me, buffing up a little bit politely. Sorry. Replacing who's in the chat speaking by doing this, by doing that, and doing so. Having as well upon your system of um channels and rooms, you can have multiple people watching different rooms and talking in their own rooms, and if they wish so. That could be the sense. It's sort of. I can see that being very cluttering as well, but I see what I'm envisioning as well, also cluttering. But this is also already cluttered as well. It's kind of, I don't know, meetable. I think it could be good if you wish to do more than simply suggest a politeness, as it were. Because I understand that, and I see that entirely. But it doesn't really work. It won't work. It really won't. Um, if you wish to employ this in a wider scope, just with different people, if that's your sort of particular on it. But, it might not be. It's all good, Maple. I think there's a particular issue with the real-time talking, texting, the chatting, the real-time in action, right now, happening before your eyes, always and constant, is that it slows down reading, in a sense, because it sort of locks you into a time frame, and your words sort of disappear before you can even say it, rather than it's kind of like the Twitch approach in that sort of regard, where you have people speaking quickly and instantly, crudely, uh, to garnish the point, because expanding upon so is sort of a waste, as your words just flow and go. But in that response, I see a lot of people, or well, the few quote unquote streamers that I've watched, not live, in like on YouTube, basically in archives, they seem to tend to point out the people actually making those sort of comments or chats, as it were. I think the real time chatting is good, but it kind of needs to be separated in a sense. It needs to be separated and combined uh, in a particular form to where I don't really need to see. I don't really need like a time scale of what's been said as like a transcription, but rather the means to sort of keep to keep a reply, as it were. It might be a better approach to um, instead of having a chat box, you click on it to return to a sort of like a mailing, a letter approach. You send a letter to who you wish to talk to, and this letter is open, and it opens up underneath your name in connection to who you wish to speak to, I suppose. I mean, I suppose. I mean, it would be fine in an open form as well, because that's kind of the if it's visible to people in this chat room, then it would be. It wouldn't reduce, I don't think, from what is current in use. Well, it's a thought anyway. Ignore my musings. I don't know if they're any good or not. I don't think I've articulated anything that I wish to convey, but truly, I could draw a little diagram if you'd wish. But, never mindy. At a time where you'd consider innocent, there was a lot of particular words that seemed, well, that are nowadays particularly more not as innocent, as it were. But they were used back then because, well, the context was not as predominantly so. So that's a question in itself, as it were. Is the act of reclaiming the manner to which you restore this particular sense of innocence, or is it simply a further perversion upon its own? Mm. Mm. I would say that more people simply just need to kill the poison bottle. Absolutely so, Weedle. Mm. And until the process to which, well, the current sort of form of Rome is destroyed, that's not going to happen too easily, I don't think so. No. But it will happen. Absolutely so, mate. Hmm. The sentiment of soulmateable is equivalent to helping a drug addict by giving them drugs. It's quite on the nose, that sort of point, but it's quite adequate in a sense because the poison bottle screams to dominate. That is what this is, though. So, as a re, you kind of have to realize that the wall is your friend. After all, mateable. Yep, yep, yep. Wingardium Leviplasma Ectoplasma. Oh. Yo. Hick, hick, yick, yick. You have been cursed for 10 million years. Sufferment, the beauty of terrible wielding. You better mash those bellows, kiddos, or else it's gonna get pretty smooth around here. Yo, 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 yo. I'd write a meme to which it would be two people. They'd be sitting together. And one of them would say, I know God. And he'd be writing all day. And the other person would be, he would rumatable. Be sitting there. And you'd think to yourself, because I will tell you to, you would think, do I truly know what I used to know every way? That's not good to think. Put it past you. Yum, 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 yum. You have been strawberried. Tag 7 friends, or else you'll get strawberried more. You jammy cakes, aka the friend lister, aka the prime mister. You gotta respect them. You gotta find and accept them. But she told me that she misses you, Michael. And to say this to you, held at gunpoint, mind you. You know, Michael. As a rule, smiling, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Koriwa Nandesko, Watashi wa Wolfum Spideru, Dakarada Emoshi Dushiku, Duki Duki Maru too. I'm being dramatic. I'm exercising my right to free speech in a time where such generation is sorely needed anyway. You guys live in bumfuck Egypt, but I live in the belly of the beast of live cackery. I'm a goddamn visionary compared to most of these people, and they need someone reminding them to get these wetbacks outside of the UK. UK? US! Well, I think of this generation as my own, basically, essentially. You can consider ages, 20 years sort of intervals with each other. You have my parents, who are a result of their parents, and etc. etc. But what does that even mean? Oh, well, if you have a ripple on a lake, you drop your driplet onto the lake and it ripples. And it goes out and it goes out and goes out and it hits something or someone and it comes back and it comes back and it hits itself, it hits everything else, and it continues on the ripple. It continues on the ripple and the ripple and the ripple until you've got a nice little you've got like a tidal wave of sort. You've got turbulence of particulars. But fundamentally, what does that even mean? Ideas, notion, thoughts, feelings, sentiment, apparentness, conveyance, all of these notions build upon themselves. They build upon themselves in a manner to which is the most simplest, the most directest, the most absolutist. I guess so. It's not necessarily stupid. It's not necessarily smart. It's simply a potentiality for a narrowment of perspective. You always want to consider, because you, my friend, my beautiful friend, you are a butterfly against the window, fluttering, fluttering, beautifully so. If you look upon the window, you see yourself, and if you see yourself too much, you look beyond yourself, and if you're looking beyond yourself, then you mask in the light of whatever it is you are seeing yourself into. So, if you cannot see this, then whatever sort of notions that you are building upon are subject to change by anything. It's an easy sort of approach than what I'm sort of giving it, because you simply just need to kill the poison bodily if it gives you problems. And if you live beautifully and smile truly, you'll have no problems. It's when you come to hit against the wall where what you want and what you need, two different things, absolutely hard to separate, of course, because as a child I always wanted what I wanted because I wanted what I wanted, essentially, in the simplest sort of mannerism. And I learned that because of the weaknesses of other people, I could get what I wanted by simply being just any sense of demanding. So basically, getting what I want wasn't helping me at all. It's quite funny that. And this happened simply because I didn't see myself, which is difficult to see yourself as a child because you're not fully developed. Quite a conundrum. Essentially, I don't worry about the current generation. I worry about the next generation. In that sort of French. But I don't worry about the next generation either. I think everybody's going to come to its own sort of conclusions and smile and be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely so. In the grand journey of the universe, I could see it being going either way in that sort of regard of going big or going small. It's kind of irrelevant.
in both ways, but also interesting to think, are we getting bigger or are we getting smaller? Are we gonna... Have we evolved into bacteria? Or are we the bacteria? Oh, it doesn't matter. All these fucking questions are just, it doesn't matter, really. It's fairly irrelevant, you know? Back to what I was saying earlier about the numberings. You kind of like, one is just, it's a fucking, you know, you define one as singular. You define one as singular because it is one. And thus, the manner to which you do so is language. And language is context. So, one is one is one is one is one is one is simply so. And it needs no other else for it. However, if we're using it from that approach, language is context evolved. You can say whatever you fucking like at that approach, and it wouldn't fucking matter, because if you had the understanding of it, you would have the notion of it. So you don't really need a one. It could be fumbles, a drumpledunk, or something like that. But the concept would be the same, regardless. Or would it? That's the thing, you know. Or would it? Is our concept of the one blocking the route to any other fucking, like, concepts? That's... I don't really ponder upon it, but I kind of wish to sort of find the path into, like, third ways and that sort of approach. How would you have, like, a one without a one as a completely different... Like, how would you do maths? How would you do what maths does without doing maths? Oh, you would just invent a new language, you know? Would you really? No, you would have to invent a new... You'd have to invent a new brain. Yes. Eventually, it'll come again. That's what I think. I think, yes. None of the things that are solid at the moment can ever be liquefied until you understand that the tools you need to liquefy them to be something else entirely, or something you know wholly. Well, just think about it, really. You have, like, two stones. They're both completely fucking different in any sort of capacity. They are made up of countlessness. They are solely and uniquely separate, but of the samety. You consider one and the other two, but is it really so? What if you crack the one in half? Do you have three, or do you have two and a whole? Yeah.
You abstract a concept that just has no real basis in reality. None at all. Absolutely none, and yet there it is. You want to consider what magic is. Yeah, it's as simple as building the fucking world out of goddamn nothing, I suppose. That's what I would like to do. But I have to, I love the world. And I don't think I can be away from it. If it's a prison, I don't mind. If it's not a prison, I don't mind. If it's a journey, I don't mind. If it's not real, I don't mind. If I see all of it and complete it entirely, I don't mind. What I would mind is fakeness, I suppose, trying to become reality. Which is kind of a funny sort of concept, really, because what if reality is fake? Ooh. Irrelevant either way, isn't it? Thus, there you go. You, Did he worry? Did he cannibal? Did he spandable? Didn't matter, mate. We'll smile and laugh beautifully. And there is no problem in the world that can't be solved with simply acceptance and forgiveness. Absolutely so, mate. So please, kill the poison bodily and find a refinement to reach him clarity. Otherwise, mate, you shall self-fight into mirrorment, to which him cast upon you the poison bodily, and eventually you'll commit. You commit something to which you'll never forgive yourself of, and that is where you shall become demonhood. Yep. So please, accept yourself and forgive yourself the weight that you carry with you. Absolutely so, mate. Bliss. Good, bad, bad, good, good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, bad, good, bagad, batakadag, batakabakadag, baga, bagabata, batabutubutubata, bad, good, gudu, bad, but good. Oh, they're coming for you. Liquidationals return to you. It's your living day, it's your birthday, baby. Yeah. Beautiful, mate. Absolutely so. And Kaiser looks like this. Yay. Oh, yeah. You know, ooh,
Yeah. Yeah. I had a thought. I considered that, what if the Americans changed the name of taxing to tipping? And instead of getting taps, you would tip your government. I think that would solve a lot of problems in America. Like, instead of voting, you would tip. I think it would work. Uh, a lot of shift puppetry types who don't particularly like the certain type of other shift puppetry, like because they're seen as a sort of particular and a form of various fascism as such. They kind of moderate, that sort of culture and that sort of terminology. But the funniest thing was somebody considered yoked to be perverse, which that it seems like it's probably a correct answer. Probably an extremely correct answer, maybe. But I don't agree at all. I don't agree at all. The formulation of languidation sort of suggests a willingness to understand the form from yourself. So, how do you do this? Well, you ask yourself simply, what is the sentiment of it? What is the sentiment of yoked? How is it conveyed? And what is the apparentness of it? These three questions will grant you everything you need to know in life. Quite simply, quite blessedly. Never be beholden to anything bar these reasons. Absolutely so. The poison bodily will indeed lead you to answers that are leading to your own. Simply and thusly because, well, the bodily also does so. Something you're used to. And if you're used to it, then you're entitled to it. And if you're entitled to it, then you demand it. And if you demand it and cannot get it, then it is war, mateable. And I shall kill you, or you stand. How dare you? Personally, I think it's kind of stupid. It sounds kind of like just very cartoony, sort of like child cartoony. Like you'd hear it on like CPBs or something like that. The Teletubbies would go, "Yo, what's yoked up, my dudes? Happening?" And to that sense, it's probably right on the fucking money of what it's meant to be. So I love it, absolutely. Yeah, I'm down, mateable. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. So good. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. Can he do that, mateable? Mateable. Yums will eat the chicken, and you shall starve sparingly. Well, no, I recommend rice, actually. Get like a massive pack of rice. That could do good. They would sound dumb
to those who don't really know. So it's kind of a waste. Which is a dumb sentiment, absolutely so, Mateable, but I am dumb. So yeah, I have opinions on it. And as you see, I'm trying to get into it, but you can't make it easy for people. You can't make it easy. Yeah, I can't do so. If you make it easily, you miss the entire fucking point of religion. Well, not religion, but of the spiritual. Because religion is simply the means to which you are treading in the dirt for. You're on the roads, that's religion. If you're in the muck, that's religion. So long as you come down from the mountain, that is where you go, mate. But you have to go up it to go down. So, it's a relevant conversation. That's why I recommended the dude fasts for a week and dehydrates themselves. Hydrochronicles humorously selfless in about for a day. He could get into a sauna and do something like that. That'd be perfectly equitable in such a case. But other than that, it's irrelevant. The lad should continue on just being bodily, because there's nothing wrong with the bodily. It's only when it becomes the poison bodily to which it becomes, a problem, and that's a problem to you and to what you do with such. And the bodily only becomes poison bodily when you hit the wall, or hit a perceived wall, or hit a wall, hit a perceived wall, or have something hit you. Otherwise, you're completely fine. There is no issues of religion in the animal world. Because when there is, they die or they kill. And there is no animal that is not beautiful. So take of that to which you attack, mate. Oh, well, mate. I don't just believe it, I kind of lived it. I told you about this before. To where a kebab man was burglaring my house, and I was warned about to be staberated on my 30th and all that. So yeah, very much so. Very much so. That is the capability of the dream. If you are, if you simply allow it to be, I suppose. I don't know if that's the Jester Head's doing, but the Jester Head, it's hard to say. Because I think about the Jester Head a lot, quite a bit. I think about the notion of how comedy sort of follows the truth, because the truth sort of gets blindsided a lot, because it's hard to say, it gets shunted by people who are terrible, and thus you can only speak as a madman or as a comedian. It's difficult. It's really difficult, because the Jester Head could also be the messenger of whatever it is. I'm going into a different sort of tangent there, mate. Absolutely so, but yes. If you flirt, I suppose is a good word for it, with various means of coimtecttoes, like if you electrocute yourself a little bit, if you touch heat a little bit, if you cut yourself a little bit, you'll have those sensations, you'll feel them, you'll embody them. And whatever is the most embodied is a memory. That is, it might be of your own, but you have to see and feel it and dream it to know where it goes. That's truly Meduli, matefuls. Absolutely so. Grab your loved ones by whatever part that you feel deemed and crush into a smithering paste of delicious slush. Please consume and enjoy the purity of your loved one's love. Bliss, bliss, I wishing you mountains, 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 I wishing you. You shall live beautifully, and you shall smile purely. Oh, yip, yip, yip. So, trust yourself surely. Absolutely so. Mateable. Grow fast, love. I want to be a big and healthy and grow up when you are big and healthy and grow up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow. Go, 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 go. Grow up. That's it, mean. Hello, I am human and can be trusted with human things. Please grant me administrative rights to your bank account. And no life as a re. Daka-dee. Click yes to agree. Click no to subscribe to my Patreon. I don't know why I have a Patreon, but please subscribe to this Patreon for many likes and subscribes. I am perfectly human. Yes. That is true. You. It sounds more like you want to be wanted, to want yourself to want to be here, mate. But, you know. Yum, 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 yum. Don't worry, mate. Ginny cannibal and the pannibal. And you spow schmandable. Oh, I'm not particularly worried about getting doxed here. Pretty much like everywhere else, really. I don't really do much to make people want to cause me harm. And, well, allowing people to look up one's history and judge for themselves the entirety of your person, I think is just good-natured in general. What they do with it and all that is on their end, you know. If they come to the wrong conclusions upon you, that's their faulting, to which you'll have to accept. And I yet to sort of encounter the situation to which your souls, but you know what? I don't mind too much. Either way, it's all beautiful, mateable. It's all beautiful. Absolutely so. Yeah, I'm in a very vocalical moody today. A little bit tired. A little bit tired. But I I've done both ways in the nail sort of biting genre esque notion that you got flowing. When I let my nails grow out very long, they would just break off on their own, basically. They become very sort of rubberish and just bend off. And I don't know if that's like I have a shit diet or not. I assume not. I would hope not, at the very least. I probably do have a very terrible diet. I don't I'm not getting everything that I need, or I'm getting something that I don't, and all that. But yeah, my nails would just rip off anyway. So I'd be like, I don't know if that was because years prior was years prior. Oh, every moment leading up to that moment where I didn't eat my nails, just became brittle regardless, or not. Like I don't know, but I figured if they were just gonna snap off anyway, might as well eat them. Might as well self-consume. I also had a feeling, had a squandering with myself about that sort of notion as well. It's kind of a posturing is what I meant. A posturing of just general awfulness, really. Like it's awful for all parties involved because when you have immigrants moving into your country, they're not colonizing. They're not building a city of their own. They're not supporting their own industries with their own wealth and materials from their own country. They are. I don't think they're even utilizing what's already there, is the thing. I could be particularly wrong in that, considering I've seen many instances where you have. See, over here there was a thing where the Pakistanians were poultering the swans. The swans, all swans in England are owned by the crown, which that could be just a cultural difference thing. But that's more the case that supports why I don't think supporting themselves here through that sort of thing is truly the case, because a lot of the things that are over here are already being exploited, and to exploit them you need a license. You're locked behind money and time and effort and so forth and such. It's quite insane, really. Um, so that's why I don't think self-sustaining from the land is really, at best. It feels like the people who are already set up here from long ago. They hire their own people, which is fair enough. It's fair enough. Uh, Hire their own people, buy from their own people, get their own people's companies to do such and such and such. Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. In that sort of sense, they are supporting themselves, but they're not really working the land in a colonizing sort of sense. And I'm okay with colonizing. I'm not okay with immigration, because immigration takes from what's there as best it can, while colonizing puts stuff in arguably where it shouldn't be, but that's another conversation. But essentially, no, it's horrific for both people, for both peoples, right? Because you know, a lot of people who immigrate, don't actually want to. They are doing that out of necessity of a sort, where it's like a perceived necessity or perceived benefit is regardless anyway. But there is a lot of sorts that come from horrificness that just needs somewhere to go. You'd think they'd go somewhere a bit closer than like some European fucking country. Like, traveling around the world to just live seems mental in my eyes, but that's besides the point as well. But if they come to England in a sort of asylum sense, asylum seekers is sort of the term over here. They are doing so and they do rest dismay, and it is terrible that they have to learn my culture to live in, well, my culture, to learn the English culture, wherein quite rightly they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to be in this god awful situation that they are. And they are pushed upon it by other people, and they are harassed upon it on other people. And in turn, this harassment upon themselves that they have no due, it's not justified in any sort of sense. In turn, I feel like that is pressed upon, my people, the English people, and further embodies a disdain to which nobody likes, an imposement that is distasteful. I don't need to. I shouldn't have to learn an in-group's culture. It's the same as they shouldn't have to learn my culture as well. It's kind of like you do this sort of thing out of a general sort of interest, a general want where you're captivating and beholden by the culture. You have to love to hate me too. And so the reduction in this is just not good. It's not good. It's a disaster imposement on everybody to force people to live together. When they're drastically different. Like, I have to sort of adopt them and they have to adopt me. Equally, we are both destroyed upon in this exchanged, not because we are terrible people or we mean not well for each other, but because every footstep you take is you building your culture, right? It's brought upon and built upon in every sort of accent that you assimilate and prosper. These buildings you acquire shape your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your words away from what it would be if you were in your ownity. This is a very sort of like, trust me when an Englishman says this to you, because we are like bastardized. I'm bastardized. I'm like Norwegian, apparently. My mother's fucking grandfather was a Norwegian. And then I didn't know that for a long ass time. And I've always had like a notion that I'm like a bit of a mutt in that sort of sense. But I mean, you look at England in general, and the whole country is ripped apart by the French, by the Romans, by the Vikings, Irish, Scottish. Even before all that, you don't really know. Never managed to retain itself, and because of this, every notion that's been put forth has not really been its own in itself. It's been a very big struggle to find a uniqueness from yourself. No country is truly capable of keeping itself without tainting itself
from knowing another's, is kind of the thing, because you have to compare the art of creation when it comes to culture. You understand that everyone has the same tools that you do, but culture is how you create something new. And if you make a cool invention, a technique, a frame of thought that is purely like your countrymen's, then you import it to another country, they shall take that and make it their own. But that is not the same as taking yourself and going to another country. Like, for years, Europe competes with itself. Europe, the European countries compete with each other upon the same sort of lines of stuff, inventing and uninventing various obscurities in the name of efficiency. And it wouldn't really have to do this if it kept itself quite nice and neatly in its formities. But reality is, war is authority in one way or another, and authority is always going to be at the forefront of living. The very notion of life is to be authority of yourself in that sort of regard. So you cannot particularly see the step you take. You cannot look yourself in the mirror. Because we are all butterflies caught against the window meter. We are against the window. Simply and thusly. And for you to build upon your uniquenesses, you'd have to first learn, well, what your ununiquenesses are, I suppose. Otherwise, it is not really so. You cannot consider an invention to be your invention if it's not isolated from the world made of all. Yup. Smile beautifully. I did ramble a bit. Don't worry about it though. You don't need to hate black people to know that it's best to avoid them as a group. I had a particular sort of opinionation about this the other day of somebody who considered me racist. Probably still does, trying to sniff me out, as it were. To which, good on them. I hope him well. I wish him beauty. But I made an argument that I recorded it. I recorded my sentiment, and we were talking about gypsies, because he was like, "Do you hate gypsies, mate?" He's been going off, ranting off, little ticks for me, trying to, you know how it is. And in this sort of statement, I said something along the lines of, it's equivalent to be racist than to not be racist. Because if you're racist and you're wrong, you're just racist, mate. If you assume a group of people mean you harm, and you stay away from them because you're racist, there's no harm in that. But if you aren't racist and you suffer no harm anyway, it's the same as being racist. So what's the point in that? Well, the point in that is the third way is if you are harmed by these groups of people and you are not racist, then in that situation it would have been better for you to be racist. It's not as elegant as how I put it before. I think I recorded it and I have it saved, and I'll put it next to this one. But since it's like a conversation with somebody sort of one-sided, it's a bit hard to follow, so don't worry. I believe I had a consideration to momentarily is that intelligence, or like the curve to which you would consider IQ, the numbers assigned to which there's no such thing as end to start. There is simply the currency to which you spend in such a form. Those who are what you would consider intelligent make simple things complex, and those who are to what you'd consider stupid make complex things stupid. Well, simplify them. And those between the toes are constantly back and forth on both of these woes. You're as smart as today as you are tomorrow, and that is if you allow yourself so. And I simply and thusly and absolutely wish him to be stupid. I wish to be retarded. I wish to be dumb. I wish to be thinking of nothing at all. I fail to do this often, so that's how dumb I am. You meatable. I say this in true justice and sense and formalities. Open your palms, widen your mouth, grab the rump, and chew it out. Do you feel me, Mabel? Get in there, laddie. Full confidence in you. Full backing from me. Get in there. Have something beautiful, mate. Live purely. Just smile beautifully. Absolutely. I'm going to teach you the only German you'll ever need in life. Alright. Buckle up. Buckle, unbuckle, rebuckle, side buckle. Get your buckles, throw them out the window. It's German time. Do 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 do. Okay, so what you want to do is you need to stand up straight, then bend over a little bit, just a little bit. You need to have like a hump. You need a little hump. You know, you need a little hump in life. Otherwise, you'll be too flat for the German planes. You just need a little hump. Trust me on this. The Germans love the humps. So, what you do to win over the heart and soul of any Germanic people is you utter these words. That's right. I'm going to utter them for you. So you'll understand that I understand. You understand. You know? Okay, so you have to do it like this. Ba 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 ba. Exuberance. There you go. That's your German. You gotta be toting me, Mabel. Frogget.
The fluff that you just say to me, boy.
Shall now perform various performities for your conjuring. Please continuate your frustrations of silence within an actuated form. Yes. This concludes our daily national rational action to which is performed. Oh, you could love it in Manchester, mate. We got Blackpool in Manchester. Mateable. It was enough for you to consider me racist because I told you that I have some opinions that might be considered racist. Which is, fair enough, I suppose. Mateable. You've been yeeing off on me, trying to, narrow down if I truly am racist or not. If I'm a nasty person who has done things to, the blacks or any other ethnic group that you wish. But, I don't consider word to be any sort of form of relevance, quite frankly. I consider action to be relevant. And it's quite curious. It's relating to this notion of gypsies. I don't know if the gypsies that have hassled my parents Irish gypsies or Eastern European. I don't know, quite frankly. But because I don't know, and you don't know about if I'm racist or not, we're both erring on the side of negative, because that is the safer option. Because if we're wrong, that's equivalent to being, accepting. You'll call me racist, and I'll be racist, and that's fine. You call me not racist, and I won't be racist, and that's fine. But if I'm right, and if you're right, then you've successfully protected yourself against a potentiality or an actuality. Because I could be racist, I could be hunting you down and all that. But quite honestly and truthfully, I haven't actually done anything to anyone.
in a very long time. Nothing radically motivated, I suppose. I haven't been a good person, I'll admit that. But those of the poison bodily always assume that they are good, simply because they must be. And anything bad done towards them is um, is a grievous sin, and that must be justified because that is a position of dominance. You are challenging them, or their power has been diminished in their eyes. Mabel, don't worry, it's all good. You're beautiful when you're smiling, and that is all that should. Um, I don't know if I'm going to clear up what it is you feel about me, but that's okay, Mabel. Continue on, smiling beautifully. Absolutely.
No new to Tim Yellow. Easy, easy. Please no new.
Please do not find yourself in between your sorrowfulness. Don't do that. Please answer yourself truly in this moment of gratitude. Do you wish to continue suffering in your way? Do you see yourself now crying and frustrated, making you wait? If so, please know now that your woes are simply temporary. Grant yourself a true now and smile beautifully, absolutely, blissfully so. Mato. Lansama October Vantafo Escoscalva Damas Discatosh Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi.
It's worming time! New self Gilman, new self Gilman, new self Gilman, lowy, yowy, 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 new self Gilman, new self Gilman, new self Gilman, la 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 la, new self Gilman, new self Gilman, new self Gilman. Dead.